Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing today? Hello. Monday should be your favorite day of the week, Brandon. That's when the markets are open. Weekends are boring. Yeah, if you guys haven't checked out my latest due diligence, either over on Reddit or the video DD I did last night, you can check that out. It's over in my playlists. I don't know if there will be a 950 dip, Sahib. They've been Those have been tricky as of late. Sometimes they still happen, but I think we're gapping up right now. So actually, let me go over that real quick for everyone in here. So it looks like we're gonna probably fill this gap. Um, Most likely, it seems like some of the European apes have been buying some stock this morning. So I'm looking for us to fill back into that like 178 range. And I'm hoping that we're gonna move up and test 180 like right away again. I think we have a lot better chance of breaking it on Monday, as there's some time between now and when the call options expire. And I also have to buy some options for today. Good morning. Thank you all for coming in. Just getting the stream all set up for the day. All right. Cool. Finish the video. All right, man. I'll see you in a minute. Glad I changed my mind on the wedge not having formed yet. Well, I think I don't think we broke out because I believe that fundamentally the price of GME is no longer as low as I thought it was before. So previous to that 3.5 million at the market sale, um, I had assumed that the price was 138.33, but in fact now the floor of the stock is 157, and so that kind of like shifts the pennant up. um and by shifting the pennant up, it actually shows that we haven't broken out yet. Thoughts on May 4th NSCC 801? No idea, man. Is that what it's going into effect? Is that official? I'm glad you guys liked the exit strats. Yeah, the post is long, so I mean, if you don't have a lot of time to read through it, feel free to check out the video DD, which is not much shorter, but it could save you a little time, or maybe just having it explained to you would be easier instead of trying to read that whole wall of text. Either way. Oh, and if everyone could drop a like, and it just helps us get more people in here for today, spreading the good word of GameStop to the public at large. I feel like I never remember to ask everybody, but there it is. All right. Let's see what the market's doing this morning. So the market gapped up, it gapped down, and then it stabilized. Maybe that's a misprint. Um, that's weird. All right. Well, the market gapped up in the pre-market, so the SPY's up. VIX is doing things, which is interesting. AMC doing fuck all. All right, cool. Made it 33 minutes. Congratulations. How many shout outs did he give in that period of time? No, I'm just kidding. I love Bruce. Bruce is the man. He's my second favorite YouTube streamer for the stock market besides myself. I just want to like hang out with him, eat some bagels, go boating or something. I feel like he goes boating. He's probably got like a small dinghy that he takes out on like British Columbian waters. So that is the effective date. So I don't know. Could be a catalyst. I think most of the upcoming rule changes are catalysts. NSCC 801, I'm not sure which one that is. If you want to fill me in, I don't feel like looking it up right now. Schedule a cruise with him. Yeah, is he gonna do like a Bruce cruise? Like he's gotta attempt that at some point, right? I thought you can still get super chats and members only chat. I think he just likes it like that, man. You know, like that way he knows the people in his chat are like supportive of him and that like he's not gonna get like yelled at. He's just like an old guy. Like the internet's ridiculous. It's like, let's go attack this old man because he doesn't like our stock. Yeah, I thought 005 I think is his DTCC rule. I don't know if that's NSCC. Oh, guys, also let me know. I got rid of the color correction key, so I just have like a white backdrop now. If you prefer that, or if you want me to be like a little floating head, I can turn it back on. I had a lot of people complain about like the thing like the light glitching out in the background. Yeah, this looks better. All right, cool. I'll just leave it like this then. And this way, like half my face doesn't disappear. Floating pickle head is best. All right. I'll buy like a green screen this week and like a bunch of lights, and then everyone can have me as a floating head again. But right now, I'm gonna leave it like this because it's just easier. Did we touch 180? 178 for pre-market. The pre-market's not looking super exciting. Volume's actually not too bad though. So that's interesting. We're at like 43,000 already, and I think Friday by opening bell we'd only hit 16. Uh, I mean, I'm gonna trust a broker's charting data over Yahoo Finance, just because Yahoo Finance is the worst. But I mean, give it a minute and then like back check it. No, it's just that usually like services like that, like Finviz or the charting one, I can't remember the name of it, and like Yahoo Finance are usually like a bit off for 15 minutes or so, and then they correct. I'm not saying like don't use them. I mean like something's better than nothing. Like if that's what you've got to watch the charts, then use it. When day volume dries up, will it look like pre-market? Maybe. Um, they're seeing 69K, not a meme. All right. I'm just showing 43.8 volume. It's going up. Here's a question. Do I buy options on Robinhood because I have money in there and the money in this account hasn't cleared yet? This is what I have to debate every day. Margined options on Robinhood. Sounds risky. Is open candle gonna be red or green? I don't know. Let's see what the candle right before opening is. 5-7 200 call. I mean, 5-7, like 5-7s could print. But I've been looking like a little further out because based on like the TA I did for this week, I'm thinking that like there's a strong possibility that we don't cross 180 till Thursday. So either we like cross it today or then like my next highest probability is Thursday. And so like if we cross on Thursday, I feel like those options are going to lose a lot of like they're gonna lose a lot of value to theta decay, and so like it's a tough call. I don't know. I was thinking about getting a 200 call for this Friday too, but now I'm kind of like on the fence, just because like we haven't even filled this gap in pre-market. Like I'd like to see us trading like up here. I mean, it doesn't matter. I have 30 minutes anyway till I can purchase options. So I'm gonna wait and see what happens. Because if we dip, like those options could get really cheap. And I don't want to buy them like at $400 if they're going to be $250 in the mid-afternoon. But then again, I don't want to miss buying them at $400 if they're going to be $800 in the afternoon. Jimmy Fulfillment Center based in PA. That's cool. Yeah, they've actually been renting out like warehouse space all over the country, I heard. All right, let me just update Reddit real quick on the pre-market. Let them know what's going on. If you guys are new in here, and if you can, drop a like. And if you want to see more of this, subscribe. I think we're getting really close to like 1,000, which is, I've been told, an important number. I feel like anything less than 100,000 is just silly. Is it time to sell GME? All signs point to yes. Bazinga published an article like Friday where they were propping GME up. They were like, oh yeah, well, you know, maybe there's some good plays to be had on GME this coming week. Yeah, they did. They just like can't make up their mind, I don't think. All right, cool. Smoother, Zero Souls. Good morning, everyone. Gherkinit is the original diamond pickle. Thank you, Smoother. donations are always appreciated if you guys can, but a like and subscribe is more than enough for me to show your support. All right, let me see. Probably fall behind on some questions here. Reddit is updated. Oh, I'm muted in the live stream. Or the live audio. Fantastic. Thank you, Puts. Yeah, so for anyone who's in here who hasn't gotten a chance to check it out, or you want to check it out later, I did a video due diligence, or you can check out my Reddit profile for the text version. But I just go over some of the technical indicators I'm looking at for the week, and I cover some exit strategies. So if that sounds like something that's appealing to you, feel free to check that out. Always holding. Cool. So I was saying Kramer pushing Jamie was a bull trap. Could be. Could be. That guy can't make up his mind either. It just depends. Like, I think the more cocaine he has the night before, the more bullish he is on GME. Thanks, Robert. All right. Oh, I wanted to go over CVVWAP with you guys. So let's go to what's that website? I hate this website, by the way. All right, so let's check out the CVVWAP. I just wanted to kind of cover this for anybody who hasn't seen it. So CVVWAP is a measure of difference in price between the euro and the US dollar as far as GME is concerned. GME trades in Europe under G2SC, I believe, or GS2C. I can't remember. If someone in chat knows, go ahead and post the ticker. But essentially what this tracks is arbitrage between the prices of the two stocks. So like sometimes the European GME will be worth more than the US, and sometimes the US is worth more than the EU. And so essentially, if that difference becomes great, you'll see this center gray, light gray band reaching up to touch these outer red bands. And that's a strong, well, so far it's a signal that's been 100% correct in producing, like, showing massive, like, upward price increase on GME. And so I'm going to be checking this in pre-market every day just to see how the arbitrage is from the European market. And if we touch that, that's a pretty good signal that, like, the squeeze is going to begin soon. So just wanted to show you guys that and go over it. Right now it's sitting at neutral. It's not doing anything. There's nothing to worry about there. Cocaine Kramer Twitter account still suspended? Probably. Well, yeah, so GME is going to get listed probably on like the Russell 1000. And I think if it trades above a certain amount for long enough, it'll get listed on the S&P as well. And so ETFs that track GameStop will want to buy into it. GS2C. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Can you see? You cannot use CVVWAP on WeBull. You can. There's a way to do it, but it's beyond the amount of work I want to do to use WeBull. And you have to side load the code for the indicator, and then you can use it on WeBull. But it's a nightmare. You're much better off just like checking it on FinVid or not TradingView if you want. You can do it without like paying their monthly subscription. And I think you can just search CVVWAP in their indicators. Ape love pickle. Thank you, anonymous Ko-Fi supporter. I love apes. So, well, now I do. Before they freaked me out, and I thought they'd try to rip my face off. But I love apes, as in the human variety that buy stocks. Like wild apes scare me to death. Um, Sideways and hovering 180. I mean, yeah, we could see that. Actually, Zach Smith, if you want, you can go check out the video DD I did over in my playlists. There's one for this week, and I go over what I think our price action will be. But yeah, you might nail it. We might just set it to 180 again and just let. I mean, I don't know. I saw a lot of options volume come in Friday. I'm gonna be checking later today for more plays, but there was like 5-6 million in options volume for 5/7 through like 5/21 coming in on Friday. So we might not have been moving, but long whales are setting up positions, like big positions. I got some questions here on Reddit, I guess. Applicable during traders, not pre-aftermarket. I don't think so. I have to look into that. All right, that was it. Yeah, I guess. Did we have any? Does Jimmy have any news today? I didn't see anything. GameStop fulfillment stuff in York, Pennsylvania, and oh, okay, they did announce their early redemption of senior notes, so we could actually get some. I was actually afraid that their like PR department was just gonna miss the boat on that, but yeah, it appears that they have allowed people to know that they've eliminated their debt officially, which I told you guys would like. It would be like aftermarket Friday, or we'd hear news about it this morning. So that's good. I think also like the gaming entertainment market saw like some boost in its statistics for this last quarter. And so like there'll probably be like ETFs and stuff interested in buying in because the market's growing. We're showing like steady growth. VGAC is trying to do something too after weeks of trading under 10. Must be so close to the 23andMe being finalized. Probably. I have some VGAC, um, bought purely on Bruce's recommendation, and some research I did on my own. But yeah, I think if they acquire 23andMe, I think that'll be a pretty beneficial, or like they finish acquiring it, finalize the paperwork. That stock should go up. It's super cheap right now. When we moon, I will mail you an actual ape. No, don't do that, Louis B. I don't want an actual ape. Not only am I allergic to all animals and plants, um, I just don't need that kind of drama. I'm childish enough without adding an ape to the situation. Citadel bought like 10 million VGAC, so it's probably a good play. That's a lot. So they bought that much. Remember, these guys are very good at making money. Don't discount their plays because they made a bad one on GME. Maybe they're going to use that money from VGAC when it spikes to like roll it over to protect their short interest in this stock. All right, so we're approaching opening bell. I'm showing 52.9K volume right now. Market's looking good, trading above VWAP. I don't really see anything else exciting going on. I guess AMC's looking kind of good right there. But I expect that to sell hard. Like, let me see. There's probably just have like massive sell walls up. 538. Actually, no. Yeah, AMC's not looking too terrible today. Do they have any news? They have earnings? That can't be good. All right. So crazy on Fidelity, active trader per like 88K volume for me. That's probably more accurate than WeBull. WeBull usually like sometimes its volume has to catch up. Like during the squeeze, I will be using active trader just so people know. Like WeBull's probably fine, but I'm gonna be using active trader just because it's faster. Oh, damn you, Daniel. Dude, I wish I could just mute the things you say about TD Ameritrade. But like let you talk in chat other than that. He is a TD shill. He comes in here and he shills TD and they pay him. I'm more than willing to shill for TD Ameritrade if they want to pay me. I just don't want the money they pay me to go into a TD Ameritrade account. All right. We're looking good. We're above VWAP going into the opening bell. We got 2 minutes and 30 seconds, give or take. So 86K pre-market volume. I can refresh my data. Maybe my data's lagging. No, I didn't do anything. Vanguard's the ultimate boomer interface. They do not support trading. They are very investment forward. They want you to just give them your money and leave it there. Unfortunately. Okay, I think unless this money I deposited clears, I'm gonna have to buy options on Robinhood this week because I have money in there. Also, my Robinhood accounts like got margin, whereas none of my accounts that hold GME do. I just don't trust them. They just sell people's options whenever they feel like it. Yeah, I'm sure Thinkorswim is better than Vanguard if you're actively trading stocks by like a lot. Not that Vanguard's not like a great broker, but they're more like a broker where like if you want to trade, like, you know, they have a guy call you and be like, hey, I have this lead on a stock. They sold one of Morton's options not too long ago. Yeah, I was in the stream when they sold his options. You have to turn off auto expiry on your options, otherwise they just sell them at like noon on Friday. And he bought them on Friday, and so then they just sold them that afternoon. I did actually find my last GME account. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, I did. I found it this weekend. I know, huzzah. I'm still not going to sell the shares in it, though. It had more shares than I thought. I didn't realize that my cost basis on that account was 40. So I was like, pretty stoked. Ding. Opening bell. Woo! To the moon. Okay, yeah, here we go. Well, our first candle's green, so I think that won me some sort of bet. Um, best alternative to Digger. I don't know any of the European brokers, man. Sorry. But yeah, someone in chat might. If anyone knows like a better alternative for him in Europe, let him know. And then if anybody in the chat needs trading software or just a way to watch charts, I have a link for WeBull down below, and you can sign up there. Switch to 1M. Good to know, Parrish. Thanks for letting us know about your Rottweiler's bowels. That makes my morning just awesome. Oh, and now the candle's red. Ooh, that's a lot of sell volume. Is it 112,000 on the first candle? Oh my god, that's like all our volume on Friday in one candle. Also, Swiss brokers are pretty good. Yeah, I've heard Swiss brokers are like the best for the European markets. I think you get like a lot more freedom when you use them also, as far as like trading, voting. Looking like a little bit of activity going on. Looking like we might not have a boring day. Or not. It's great for someone buying BRB. Yeah, man. Make sure you save that $2. What did AMC do first minute? I'll check. Kind of what I thought is it's selling off a bit. It's at 10, so there's gonna be a lot of people selling at 10 because I think it closed below. No, it didn't. We'll see. I think it's gonna gap fill this back down, so it'll probably drop like just below 10 or right to that like $10 resistance, it looks like. Five or one. It's 1 minute, Daniel Taylor. So living vicariously through you, brother. All right, man. Sell, I have a put at 10. I don't think, like, I don't know if buying puts on AMC at the price it just trades at is the best play. Like, I haven't seen the stock go much below 9, and I haven't seen it go much above 12 for quite a while. How low will GME go? It's hard to say. I don't think I don't think we'll dip below the 175 support, honestly, because we do have some buy pressure, and there's a bit of a sell wall at 178, but yeah, it's looking pretty stable. Remember, no one's selling this stock, so it's just like, and I think iBorrowDisc only had 1,000 shares available this morning. I'm gonna check that in like 30 minutes. Someone remind me. But yeah, there was like nothing to borrow. They used so many short shares on Friday to keep the price, Thursday and Friday, to keep the price below 180. Yeah, that's what I sold my AMC, or well, like the options I had was like when it hit 14. 250k shares to get borrowed. See, it's 250k now. Oh, okay. Thanks for checking. Yeah, I wanted to check after the opening bell. So they returned some. I mean, this isn't like a dip. This is just the first. Oh, I'm on the 5 minute, aren't I? I mean, this isn't like a crazy dip. We're down. Why is my WeBull not updating? You know what? I'm gonna reset this because I don't think it's updating properly. 1 second, guys. Yeah, I heard Dogeberg 40 again. There we go. Yeah, we're still up 6.64% on the day. So it's not like an actual dip. We are below 175, however, but it looks like we're turning around now. So I'm gonna update Reddit with this information because I think we're gonna get some green candles coming in. 232K volume. So just for anybody who doesn't know, like, I take a couple of minutes away from stream, like every 15 minutes to half hour, just to update our text thread that also kind of tracks the market for the people that kind of can't tune in to the live stream. All right, save. Okay, cool. Reddit's updated. If we drop off again from this, I could see that being really bad for us. Like, then we might actually see a real dip. Like, if we continue down and test 170. I wonder if there's anything else I can do in the market today. Actually, you know what? This is a great time for me to buy my options. I'm going to look into some options. What do they cost right now? God, that's expensive. Maybe I'll wait. I think I'm going to wait. So I think it might go a little lower even. How did you get your votes in? I'm expecting mine this week, I believe. Oh yeah, make sure if you're in GME that you're staying on top of your proxy voting, and you know you have your. I know for those of you in Europe you can't, so it's even more important that the ones of us here in America do. This is intense, is it? No, this isn't intense. We have a support line here at 172, like 50. Turning around now? Bastard. Woo. Okay, cool. I was able to, unfortunately, pick one up on Robinhood. I'm sorry, guys. That's where I had the money right now. It's I don't have any stock with them, so I don't feel bad, but I'm expecting Vanguard to release materials this week. Yeah, I believe Fidelity is too. Pick the call in. Camping. Yeah, we're just gonna hang. We're at the resistance line at 172. Okay, cool. Good to know, Connor. So yeah, if you're in Europe and you use Revolut, you'll be able to vote. Let's go down, Zakur. What are we camping? I see. I see. I get it. I was some free trade each for our partners and free trade each for transfers. Otherwise, I would have let them just go. Yeah, that stinks. I've never actually used eToro. It feels like I feel like that's what like people used to day trade when the internet was new. That and E-Trade. I've never used either one of those. 250 shares are available to borrow again right after they did. That's expiration on option. Did you do the end of the week? Yeah, I bought a $200 call for 5.7. I don't know why people still using Robinhood. It just stalls paper hands when they prevent selling. I mean, they haven't actively prevented selling yet. They have prevented buying, which is more important, probably. Active Trader Pro, greater than 14,523. Okay, good to know. Thank you, Robert. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I know they prevented the selling of Doge. I heard about it. Actually, that's why I have money in Robinhood is because I moved my Doge. So like sold it and then luckily bought it back on a dip on another platform. But I haven't transferred the money out yet, so I just used it to buy GMA. Why not? Still looking quite weak. Not seeing any buy pressure come in really. Not significant amounts. But I mean, we're only down 0.34% on the day, so don't freak out. But yeah, we can continue to test here unless we get a reversion. They've had a lot of problems with like Doge trading on Robinhood, I think. I've read like a bunch of write-ups about it and stuff. But that's why I moved mine. Yeah, quote unquote problems. Well, I mean, Doge isn't like GameStop, right? Like they shouldn't. I think they just like have issues with like trading their cryptos. Probably because like when you have crypto in Robinhood, they own it, you don't. So like they sell it when they want to. Do you have water next to you for today? I do. I have a water. I have like a whole jug of water and I have coffee. I'm probably gonna mostly just drink coffee though. and then I'll try some water later. I'm super tired. I was like writing DD yesterday for 9 hours, and then I spent 2 hours recording a video that was suitable. And I had other things I had to do. Hydration reminder. Okay. All right, that's your new job, Mark. You have to remind me to drink water throughout the day. Thank you, Parrish. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it's a pretty good write up and like an easy to understand plan, like at least an initial plan for an exit strategy. That is correct, John Donaldson. Coffee is water with dissolved volatile compounds in it. And it's delicious. Or at least my coffee is delicious. Oh yeah, and if anybody can, please drop a like. Helps the channel out and gets more people in here learning about GME, seeing the crazy things we do. Any opinions on Gary Gensler? Sorry, distracted. And then if you like what you're seeing here, feel free to subscribe. And if you want to support the channel, there's a coffee link down below. You can also check out our Discord where we have a live audio stream. So in case you're driving or something, you can't tune in, you can just listen to the pleasant sounds of my voice anywhere you are in the world. I wouldn't mind a Pulitzer. I feel like that comes with some sort of monetary prize as well. I don't really have any opinions on Gary Gensler. I mean, he's just another politician slash like open and closed door hedge fund manager. Like, probably, how many times has he bounced between the worlds of big finance and the government? That's my question. I don't know too much about his history. I know he's a teacher, I think, at MIT, a professor. Um, RSI at 23. I don't think that's relevant. RSI at 23 doesn't mean a lot. I don't know why I have the MACD turned on, though. I should have the RSI on. So we're a little oversold. I mean, and I feel like all of that was from here, and then just like we have some like extra downward pressure, but just a little dip. Keep us away from 180, right? His initials are GG. Was he? I feel like no one got spanked in 08. Ape Noise channel. Awesome. Somebody needs to use that channel. It's there for a good cause. Ready for a buy-in. Possibly, yeah. It's getting low. Someone may want to pick up some stock at this price. Forward to from last and never have to go to a dumb Monday morning status meeting. You just, I mean, this is a much better Monday morning status meeting than anyone that you have at work, and you're here with us. No one got appropriately fixed. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too sure on like any legislation he wrote or anything. I haven't really looked into him. I also have no respect for the SEC. They're just ineffective. It's just a revolving door for hedge funds. It's like if you go to like Harvard, Yale, and Ivy League school, Stanford, like you just like for finance, like you just leave and you get a job at a hedge fund and you're set for life, right? And then if you don't, if you go to like Penn State or SUNY New York or like Cal State Long Beach or like a UC, then you get a job at the SEC, work there for 10 years, then you get a job at a hedge fund. Creative ways to say I'm watching GMA. So what's that? Oh, I'm just tracking software. This is our server temps. Trying to bring them down. I don't know. I don't know what industry you work in. Yeah, I mean, we might see those. There's going to be limit sells, and you'll see them coming up on like the level 2 and stuff. Buy pressure will be so intense it will actually be a dip. It'll be a plateau. Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's going to kind of like flatline near the top. Volumes, we're at like almost 500,000 so far. So we have volume. It's not like amazing volume, but we have some. I don't think Robinhood tells you how much you bought your call for. That's annoying. Oh, okay. Yes, it does. I lied. With the eToro $2 difference is true. Trigger the CVV up indicator. I also don't have it. I can check CVV WAP real quick. Hold on. Ba, ba, ba. I don't think anything's going on with it though. It's like up. It's like it's slightly off neutral, but it's just neutral. Usually it triggers in. I think it usually triggers in after hours, or if like the price shoots up. So if the price shoots up in after hours, that can trigger it. If the price shoots up during the day, that can trigger it, right? Because like if it shoots up in one market or the other, that can trigger CBV WAP. But I think that's also just indicative of the price going up a lot over a period of time. This is okay, so this is bad. So we tested VWAP here. And this is the fail. So we could drop to 165. Unless we get some buy pressure. Whoever's pushing down today is pushing down pretty hard. I think they expect a move, and they're trying to get it as low as they can. Let me update Reddit with this, because I want them to know what's going on so no one panics. Cool. You're welcome, Christopher Miranda. Time is something for 3 minutes. Control number. I'm not overly concerned with CVVWAP as an indicator, to be quite frank. I've looked at the data on it, and like it doesn't look to be all that accurate. Just because it triggered like it triggered on the first squeeze, right? But then like on the second run up from 40 it triggered, and like that wasn't a squeeze. So it's not an indicator of a squeeze. It's just like another indicator of upward price movement. And like I already have 300 indicators that tell me that GME is going up. So like why do I need another one? Please continue with the thought that nobody got punished in '08. I mean, that was the thought. They didn't, like, they let two, like, financial powerhouses fail and then saved the rest, which is just like cannibalization, right? So, like, the ones that remained got even bigger and more important because they were able to buy up the assets. So it's just like a deal, right? To like concentrate even more financial power into fewer institutions. I don't think we're gonna hit SSR. SSR is also Gare. SSR is irrelevant. It doesn't do anything. They'll just short on dark pools. They do it on other stocks that hit SSR too. Wall Street conspiracy makes me very sus of the DTCC and SEC. Yeah, they're not like on our side at all. Yeah, well, not only has SSR not happened, it doesn't matter. It's the like the least important metric for this stock. This stock has both risen and fallen hard on days where SSR was triggered. It doesn't really do anything to the price movement at all. Like that whole like theory about like long whales triggering SSR so they could like move into positions is ridiculous. If anything, they'd want to like gobble up shorts. They want the shorts coming in because then the shorts have to buy back in, further driving up their long position price. Keeps the paper hands at bay. I mean, I can't think of a point where SSR made like a big difference, William. Like hedge funds have known how to defeat SSR on stocks for quite like since the inception of the rule. Let's see what the market's doing. See, the market looks good. We're just having a bit of a rough day. I suspect this is because they believe the price will move up. So they're throwing everything they got at us. Let me check iBorrow. See if they're borrowing shares to do this. $250,000 available. So they've returned shares. That's curious. Yeah, digital good time. You're right. I know. Looks like they're using them. Uh, just temporary discount. Yeah, no big deal. Dips are dips. Okay, so 30,000 borrowed from Fidelity, Robert. Or are they're are they at 30,000? They're 10,000 down from 40. Okay. Actually, puts pushing us down. Probably. I mean, IV's low, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're using puts. Yeah. 2,000 at 160, 1,200, 155, 1,800 at 150. 1800 and 100. But no in the money. It's usually nearer the money where they would apply more downward pressure. And it doesn't look like there's a lot of open interest like near or in the money. It appears to be mostly like out of the money and below us, which doesn't apply as much pressure as in the money puts. BTC is tanking. That's interesting. Let me look up BTC and see what it's doing. Why did it bring that up? All right, and yeah, Bitcoin's down a bit. Just failed its test. It looks like it's failing its test at 60. In the money, out of the money. So when you're dealing with options contracts, in the money means that it's like at, well, for puts, it means it's at or above the current price. And for calls, it would mean it's at or below the current price. And then out of the money means it's for puts, which are short side, means it's below the current price. And for calls, it means it's above the current price. Doge is at 40. Yeah, it's interesting. Doge is up. But, I mean, Doge always hits like a big sell wall every time it hits 40 cents. People, I think it's going to take some time for it to like break 50. MindMed worth the hype. Maybe if there's more legalization in the works. I'm interested in it as a stock, but not for a while. Yeah, thanks for pumping Doge, Elon. We appreciate it. I don't know if it's a distraction. I don't think there's any distractions. Like, if you own GME and you don't know to buy and hold at this point, like, then distractions shouldn't matter. Like, is he? Oh, because they want in on the pharmaceutical industry. They want like a monopoly on pharmaceuticals. I mean, it makes sense. They're just going to the moon. Good. They're trying to take as far as possible this morning because they know that someone is getting margin called later this afternoon. I hope someone gets margin called later this afternoon because I would like a nice up day on my GME. Just like a real nice long green Johnson up, and I just want to trade it like 220, 200 for a little while. I'm getting bored with this like sub $200 nonsense. Like, this isn't even like fair market value for the stock without a squeeze. Everything being pumped on WSB is a distraction. I don't believe that, Chris. I think that's bullshit. I think people buy stocks that aren't GME, and Wall Street Bets is not a GME subreddit. It was only a GME subreddit during the January squeeze. Like, you should have seen the things people said to DFE about GME back in like December and November. Yeah, I want to see a halt going to the upside. It's been a long time since I've seen this stock halt anywhere. Thick pickles. Yeah, I mean, just like the whole like fudge shill nonsense. Like, if you don't know to buy and hold your GME with all the information that's out there, then like you'll probably paper hand anyway. So it's just like, who cares? Like, let Wall Street bets people trade their stocks. Like, if they wanna buy 700K and Palantir call options this week, who gives a shit? Don't be mad because they're not like pumping their money here. Some people feel like very insecure about GME. They don't want to put money into it. I know some of them. Where's the lo-fi? It's playing. You can't hear it. Buy, hodl, vote, done. Yeah, that's it. And when we win, we can go in there and just like shill all their stocks and short them. If that's how you want to get your revenge for them distracting people. That's the way to do it. Just like find whatever like the biggest Wall Street bet of the week is, and then just short it. So what are you watching to happen next? If you go over to my other like my playlists, I have a video DD for this week, and that's what I'm looking at. Triskelion. That's a magic card. Oh, it's absolutely a win, Zach. There's no ifs. I'm gonna work at GameStop for free. You do you, Parrish. Yeah, do I have some sort of like weird eight drawing skill? Like drawing the number eight that I don't know about? I don't even know how to draw an eight now because like that? What's so crazy about that? Did people not draw eights like that? Or are people like making two individual circles? Because that's silly. Why would you lift your pen up and then draw another circle? Yeah, it seems like a normal eight. People are going on about my eights. Yeah, an eight is one continuous line. It's an inverted infinity symbol. My 7-year-old draws. Yeah, right. Digital good time. Like children draw two circles, and then they learn. You know what it is? I don't think they teach people cursive anymore. So like people don't learn those like pen skills. Like when I went to school, when I was a young lad, we had to learn cursive. So we learned to keep our pen on the paper as we were writing. Failing VWAP retest? Not yet, Triskelion, but we could. Lemniscate. That is a fun fact, Austin. Thank you. That's the kind of information I need in the chat. You just made my day better. Also, anybody who's in here, if you haven't dropped a like, please do. It helps more people see us and learn the hard facts about GME and how to buy and hold. And if you want to see more of my stuff, feel free to subscribe. And if you want to support the channel, there is a coffee link down below, and that's always appreciated as well. My screen isn't updating. My screen's updating. There's just no volume. Or maybe it's not. Update. My internet's just crap today. I don't know what's going on. I don't have a finance background when it comes to education. I took economics, but like not as much of it as an economics major would. Extra forward slash update, not very important. Oh, whatever. Thanks for letting me know, guys. I don't think I can change it. I might be able to. Oh, I can, yeah. Watch, that's what was giving me like an edge on the YouTube algorithm, and now YouTube's gonna be like, oh, this video isn't interesting. Volume just ceased to exist. Well, yeah, we approached a resistance, and there's not a lot of buy volume right now. So I mean, I had like macro and micro. Yeah, we don't really talk about stocks in econ. I mean, securities were referenced. Tangy bits. Why would you remind me of that? That was terrible. Yeah, when your three ring binder fails you. I think kids just have iPads now. Yeah, the volume's been way lower than this. This is actually like better than most of last week. No, it's just a facet of the economy. Don't let schooling get in the way of your education. I couldn't agree more. I've learned far more about markets after school on my own than I ever learned in school. Didn't have any market info in my finance business. Yeah. That's why like hedge funds don't hire like college graduates to be day traders. They just hire like good salespeople. Yeah, that's because instead of paying a dividend, they just like spend that money on like stock buybacks or reinvesting into like growth for the company. I think a lot of people prefer growth, but you can always like do like REITs. REITs always pay dividends. ETFs pay dividends. I mean, it's not manipulation. They're just shorting the stock. That's like, I remember 5 star. Remember how cool it was to like have a 5 star notebook? Like you were cooler than the poor kids that didn't have them. I was one of the poor kids. And I feel like the people who had 5 star notebooks, like the Mead 5 star notebooks or the binders, like school was just easier for them, right? They were so organized and I was jealous. Most of the people stock as pure speculation. That's not true. You also have to remember a lot of like companies now, like a lot of highly valued companies right now don't even make profits. They're like debt riddled. It's just like all of their value is in like future potential. Dude, I had a Trapper Keeper with the fighter jet on it. It was an F-14 Tomcat. Girls with 20 different colored gel pens. I think I bought into that when I was in like 8th grade. I got like with the black notebook and the white gel pens, and I was like, I'm gonna be edgy. And what actually happened is I just couldn't read my notes after like 3 days because the ink faded. I mean, not if you're in. It depends on like, are you invested? Speculation would be like invested for the short term, expecting growth. If you're invested for the long term, expecting growth, I mean that's just like wealth investment. Yeah, Pilot G2s are the best. Nice ascending scallop. Where? Not on this chart. Um, Peeler. I liked my favorite ballpoint. I guess it wasn't. Maybe it was a ballpoint. The Uniball. They were like gray, and they had like a metal, like a gray aluminum pilot. Something. No, it was a pilot. It was Uniball. I like those. Those were cool. G2s are great though. That's usually what I use. Is this just going to devolve into a channel about like office supplies? Frank Abagnale created the ink in the Uniball 207. That's interesting. To prevent check fraud. That's how he got out of jail. Because he went and worked for the FBI and caught other fraudsters. Then he got like a ton of money doing security stuff for like banks. That's an interesting story. Most times just member only jackets and OP t-shirts. All right, so we're breaking VWAP. This is good. We're on the app. Ah, why does it keep doing that? See if this test holds. I'm going to update Reddit with this real quick, guys. Feel free to like, subscribe, you know, those all help the channel out. And if you don't like the channel, go away. We're having a good time in here. We don't want your negativity. To be fair, though, I don't think GME being debt-free is going to be that much of a catalyst. Like, that's not what I predict being, like, a gigantic catalyst for this stock. Just so you guys know that. I bought the dip. Congratulations, Greedy. In here, though, we buy the resistance and hold. Resistance or bust. Yeah, if you bought GME for less than $483, you bought the dip. Yeah, it's just like another benefit to the company long term. Don't get me wrong, I think there will be more institutional interest due to GME being debt free. Warren Buffett would like that. Maybe Berkshire will come in here and just buy the company. Or well, no, they'll buy less than 15% of it. But that'd be cool. I will say that this stock is very I think if it didn't have so much popularity, this would be like the type of investment that Warren Buffett would buy into. Like undervalued company with lots of future growth potential and like excellent executive clout. We'll pick you up, Dan Matthews. Don't worry. $1 billion on sale for 173. Is Parrish, is 1 billion the new price floor people are talking about? Mark Gibbs, what was my lowest buy price? $5. I've bought GME at these as far as I know at these price points, 5, 12, 20, 37, 150, 300, 220, a lot at 40, and then most recently, oh, all the GME in this account I bought at I think 144. So those are my buy-in prices. I think my overall cost basis, which I calculated this weekend, is $67 right now for all the shares, all my shares. That's my average. I would have been willing to average up to like 100, which would I would have to buy a lot of shares to do that, like even at the current price. But I wanted to save like some money to day trade with. Like I didn't want to. Like I'm 90% of my accounts are in GME, and then I have 10% left over for like trading. But then I'm doing this, so it's like I haven't really been trading. I have my GME positions in like 9 brokerages. I wish people would stop just making up numbers. It's nice and all. I understand, like you need an anchor for the people that just like have no idea what's going on, but some of these numbers are just getting ridiculous. Like $1 billion per share? Maybe. I don't know. It is fun. I'm selling after the peak too. I have no intention of like trying to time the peak. I think that's stupid. I've been averaging out since January. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, if your cost basis is under 200, you're definitely in a good spot. Okay, so we have pretty good FTEs have increased in the ETF. Question mark. Eric, where? I have not seen this evidence. So if you could like tweet me, you can like DM me on Twitter or send me a message on Reddit and just like send me a link to that. I'll look into it. $4 gazillion. Nice one too. See, you got a donation over here. Thank you for the donation, whoever that was. Yeah, and if any of you guys in the chat haven't liked or subscribed yet, and you do like the video, and you'd like to see more of them, do those things. It's just a click of a button. Flipping the world economy. I mean, if it hits $10 million a share, it would be worth more than the world economy. So the soul numbers. Some for numbers look big to them. These are very greedy people, Parrish. All like they love dollars. Like they love dollars more than their children. I grew up in New York City. A lot of my friends' parents were like in the markets, and they really do love money more than their children. Save the economy from inflation by selling shares for $1 billion each and just not spending it. No, you'd want to spend it. That's how you'd save the economy. Pay your taxes, spend the money. For the price can't go anywhere, but that's not realistic. I mean, they're not going to let the financial markets freeze for that long, right? Before there's some sort of like either US government step in or like international pressure for the government to step in, because they don't want the financial markets locked up for that long. Then it would start to get like political, and I don't think we want that. I don't think we want it to get like super political. I think we want to take as much money as we can from everybody involved. But I think like if the squeeze went on forever and just was draining the world economy, you'd have a lot of political pressure to stop it. If 10 million a share, which is worth more than the world economy, how the fuck will we get paid out? Insurance and the Fed. They can print more dollars. That's the theory. A bunch of peasants get rich, then inflation is going to start hitting Main Street. Yeah, definitely. Interesting push. I mean, it's not like that interesting of a push. We're trending up above VWAP, which is good. I mean, I'd like to see us up above like 177 and moving into test 180 before I think that like we're really having like a positive day here. Fed go burr. Wait. Oh yeah. Okay. I thought Jerome Powell was speaking again. I was like, oh no. Share price of 50,000 per share. The idea is that at 10 million a share, there's not going to be that many people left selling, right? So like some people will get 10 million a share, but not like the entire float is going to be sold at 10 million a share. And that's like the realistic viewpoint of it hitting 10 million a share. And I agree with that. The economy will be fine. Slow the way down. The Fed isn't dumb to cause hyperinflation. Why do you use Henken Ashi candles? I like them. I think they predict price movement better. Check them out. Try them. They're pretty. That's it. It doesn't matter which candlestick you use. Candlestick reading is like, that's some like astrology level hocus pocus. It's not Reddit DM. Nobody will talk to me about this. I'll look. I don't see it on my Reddit. Maybe it hasn't gone through yet. Why does someone ask me this every day? What does VWAP mean? I hope someone answers him. Another good day of old sideways trading. Here's my question. If you're on the internet and you see a thing that you don't understand, or like a term that you don't know, why wouldn't you just type that into Google? Why would you like make a comment asking someone what it means? It's ridiculous. It's like, hey, random poster on this website. I'm your, you know, how many comments does this have now? I'm the 34th comment on this post, and I'd like to know what this term you're using means. Just look it up. How is that like, that seems like so much easier than waiting for a response. Like, I'm going to respond to them. I'm going to tell them what VWAP means, but I'm not going to do it until after 4 p.m. Maybe his Google isn't on. How do you turn your Google off? I want to know so they stop tracking me. Explain 420? I don't know what you mean. I don't know how to say this without being offensive, so I'm just gonna say it. Like if you're too dumb to look up terminology that you don't understand, you should not be buying or selling securities. You should be literate and willing to educate yourself. I know that's asking a lot, but those should be some prerequisites. Yes, Fronium in here with the explanation of 10 million a share. Thank you. I already went over this kind of, but yeah. The idea is that you don't expect everybody to be selling $10 million shares. Like the entire float is not going to sell at 10 million. You're saying you won't read someone's DD out loud to me? I won't. Warden is my girlfriend. I absolutely will not. I read my DD in a video. You can go watch that if you want. I think it's good. It took me a couple takes, so that was annoying. I don't really know how to edit videos yet, so I've got to just do it all in one go and try to make it not terrible. What does GME mean? It means GameStop? I know I'm just getting asked that for fun, but wait, Warden is a girl? I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. People can be anything they want to be nowadays. That's how the world's going. Whatever makes them happy means that I don't have to listen to them. So insurance policy plus defaulting entities will not cause hyperinflation. It could cause some inflation, but not hyperinflation. The more time you spend buying Chimie, the more you become numb to the share price. I'm completely numb to the share price. I'm not even looking at the chart, and that's like 99% of the job I do here. Do I know? I don't know Warden. I have no idea how his exams are going. I'm just his wife's boyfriend. If the market drops 30%, what stocks are you buying? Well, hopefully I have puts on the SPY. And then I don't know, the big ones. Ones that are like too big to fail. Berkshire Hathaway, type A and B, and SPY, and like Kraft Heinz, Miller Coors, Water, August SPY puts. I'm waiting for my order to be filled at 179.99. Oh, don't put if you put a limit sell in above the current or a limit buy above the current ask price, it'll just sell you at market. Just so you guys know. QQQ. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. How many of those stocks do you think? Here's my thing, like if there's a market crash, yeah, Berkby has been worse than the market, but slightly it's underperformed it. And there's been years where it's outperformed. Like, well, Berk A is outperformed. But what was I gonna address? How many of those tech, like overvalued tech companies do you think can actually survive a true market crash? That's my question. Because like, yeah, everyone's like, oh, I'll buy Apple, I'll buy Tesla, but like the reality of it is that like the entire price of those stocks is supported by their overvaluation in the market. And if the market crashes, those stocks aren't going to be worth as much anymore. Yeah, don't you have like super far out puts on the SQQQ or calls? Like massive leaps on SQQQ. Fronium, just let me know. Microsoft will figure that industrial tech can survive. Probably, yeah. Like the whole like Tesla is not worth what it trades for. Sorry if you're in Tesla, but it's definitely not valued correctly. Yeah, it's a case. But I mean, like people buy leaps playing like seasonal market crashes and corrections and stuff. I'm buying AMD, Nvidia, INTC if the market crashes. Shorted after a spike. I don't know what you mean, Triskelion. A bit, yeah, tangy. Well, yeah, but this was like in a text document. So I spelled VWAP out in capital letters. I didn't say it. I understand that I say VWAP. But I think if you type in VEWOP, you'll also get the definition for volume weighted average price. 100% proceeds to Doge. Shows a VWAP. Stock VWAP. Yeah. Yeah, Google's going to tell you you're wrong. You'll be like, oh, okay. He just has a weird accent. And then you can listen to the rest of it. Oh, yeah. And if you guys can, drop a like, subscribe, or you can donate me bananas down below in my on my Ko-Fi link. Also, there's a Discord if you guys want to hop in there. If you're like maybe driving and you can't watch YouTube, we have a live audio stream. Or if you want to like post memes at each other or throw shit, or there's also a channel where you can just like go in there and make ape noises. So yeah, whatever floats your boat. Yes, Cardi B has written a song about weighted average price. That's right. It's called WAP. When you go to school for finance, that's one of the first things they teach you. Actually, is they just play that song. I have some crypto things. I have some Doge. I have like a not a whole Bitcoin, some portion of a Bitcoin. I've traded crypto, but I don't like it. It's super volatile, and like there's no way to predict price movements at all. Like buy and hold strategy is definitely best for crypto. I know people that are successful trading it, but I think they're insane. Yeah, it's a silent V. I'm gonna just do a quick update for Reddit. Yeah, if you guys don't know, I have like a text thread that I keep going, and just lets kind of people on a different part of the internet know what's going on with the stock. What's the volume? All right, cool. Eth is going up at some point. Finally, a man of culture. Yeah, I know. You can. There's options on crypto. That doesn't. I don't think that makes it any less risky. Actually, that increases the risk of an already super risky day trading position. Unless you're hedging your crypto positions with options, in which case that would make your crypto positions less risky. But that's still, you're just protecting a long-term buy and hold. Spy, okay, I'll use 0.01. Maybe. Check in for some minutes, gonna go back to work. Hey, Pietro. Yeah, we're still under 1 million volume, guys. And if you don't see the chart moving, it's because I don't have it open. All right, it looks like a double bottom. We could rise out of this now. But yeah, we could also just drop back and retest one more time. And then we'll have a triple top. Playing to wheel. Can you wheel crypto? Yeah, I guess you can. Seems expensive. Yeah, or less than 1 million volume. 60% of double loans and triple tops. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. Double bottoms are like 40 to the upside. Triple tops are can't remember. It's like 53% to the down. Head and shoulders, if they're like properly formed, are much more likely to the downside. I think they're like in the 70 to 82%. Actually, overall, bearish signals tend to be more accurate than bullish signals. Isn't increasing price on low volume bearish? Yeah, it can be. And that's because there's not enough buy pressure to support the increase in price, right? So, like, it'll tumble. He's about to drop the view. That would be amazing. I would listen to that in a second, Kyle. Was I right, Frank? I feel like I'm pretty close to accurate on those numbers. I might be like a few points off. Parrish, your dog farts aren't helping the stock, man. You need, yeah, it sounds like your dog needs some more soluble fiber in its diet. Maybe some like, do you make his food or do you feed him like shit from a bag? You have to make your dog's food by hand. Or so I've been told. I don't know. I don't have a dog. I'm allergic to all animals. What do you want, Lewis? I don't know what you want me to indulge you on. I have Doge. I own Doge, but not a dog. Yeah, eating dry meat flavored cereal your whole life. Sounds great. I didn't see your question, man. I must have missed it. Just drop it again. I'll answer it. Feed him a waffle. Then he's just gonna blow bubbles out of his ass. You don't feed your dog soap. This is bad advice. Yeah, I feel like his dog's well loved because he pays such close attention to her farts. Yeah, are you like sending a link or something? Because you can't drop links in chat. Links are banned. So if you're trying to link me to things, oh well, I don't know. Maybe you have some questionable language in the question. Try to rephrase it differently and then ask it. And then you can identify through the process of elimination what is blocking your question. Or just send it to me on coffee, you know. Then I'll definitely see it. Is that what other YouTubers do? They're just like, pay me for your questions. I guess it's so busy that like in their chats that like they have to like just answer super because like just answering super chats is like 80% of the things they do. And so if they tried to answer all the questions, it would just like overwhelm them. Put in a tip note, simp. That's amazing. Yeah, this is an OnlyFans. You have to pay for my brain. No, you don't. I really do try to get to as many actual chat questions as I can. It is starting to pick up though, and I can see why if you have like 3,000 people in chat, it's really hard to stay on top of it. We're looking good. Look at this. Look at this bull flag that we have here. This upward ascending channel with no volume. We're doing it again, boys. We're going to test 180 with no volume. I'm going to let Reddit know that we're also going to test. Update to the apes over on Reddit. Calling people apes is still weird for me. Flags are different from the ones on Google. They draw them with a like a triangle. Those are pennants. I guess you just call it an ascending channel. I don't know. The books I've read refer to those as flags, and then like the triangles are pennants. Different I guess that's something I should cover. Different technical indicators can be called different things by different people. Um but this is an ascending channel. So I guess that would be the other term. I sometimes they're called bull flags. They can also call like a formation like this, like a bull flag. But I call those pennants. So semantics. Stock's going up. That's what we're gonna cover here. Stock look bullish. Oh yeah, also guys, if you are invested in GB, make sure that you get your proxy information from your broker and vote your shares. You're the owner of a business, and it is your responsibility, nay duty, to that business to provide input for the shares that you control. Simpleton, no volume. Why is 100 share bid ask such a common number? High frequency trading. 100's the number used for options. So if options are getting hedged as the price moves up, that could be it. Oh, you don't even need to call TD. You can just find Daniel Taylor in the chat. He works for them, and he can help you out. That's a joke, by the way. He can't. Call TD. Return some at the end. I'm pretty sure I think they're dropping the price. Yeah, I know my theory about them doing that is correct. It's like a really common tactic to keep stock trading sideways. Is like you short the open when people are running in, and then the stock will kind of just like drift around in the midday with low volume, and then you can like buy in at the end and like pick the price up a little bit. You buy back your shorts at the end of the day. I am actually still waiting on my Fidelity proxy info, although I didn't check it this morning. If it's there, I'll vote after hours. I had to do like I have to do a lot of calling of brokers today because I have my position so spread out. I'll tell you who hasn't given me any proxy voting information, and that's WeBull. Okay. Thanks, Christy. I think you can call them and get your control number. The graphic card shortage is killing me. You're not the only one, man. I'm over here trying to run a finance stream on a 5700 XT. Nonsense. We could be getting a head and shoulders here, guys. Just so you're aware. So, if we break this channel to the downside, right here, that is not an here. I'll draw it accurately. I don't want anybody to accuse me of drawing shill TA. If that's a thing, I don't know. So if we break to the downside on this, and the volume remains the way it is, then we could like dip like that. If GME would indeed possibly help crash the economy, why aren't China and Russia joining in? It's also their economy. It would be like the global economy. The US dollar represents a significant portion of the global economy. And if the global economy goes under, that's bad for all governments. After the squeeze, but I get proxy info already. I mean, I bought an option on Robinhood this morning because I have money there to do it, and I don't on WeBull. Otherwise, I would have bought my options on WeBull, but the only problem is I don't think I've ever traded an option on Robinhood, but it seems pretty intuitive. Diamond hands don't panic. What's there to panic about? We're trading sideways. Yeah, we are. But we can bounce off it. That's why it's a trend line. I guess I could really adjust this so it's completely accurate. It'd be like that. So this is the, like, when you see, so that's that, this candle would break it to the downside. But like this one that's like on the line, see the candle volume is on the line. So the final price of that candle was above the resistance. So just because like the tails dip below doesn't mean that like it's broken through. It is a sign that like this has a longer tail than a top, and so like this, if you're like into candlestick reading or you're using Henkin Ashi candlesticks, like this one has like a better chance of being another downward candle. Although it looks like there's a little bit of a fight for that resistance right there, actually. Yeah, that's what I said, Secure. It's like probably a Head and Shoulders. Just because like we don't have any volume to support like the upward momentum. But we could, like, I mean, there's a chance that like we could just like dip out and then move back in, right? Because like the falling, like these descending candles here don't look like strong. Like they don't look like they have support. So like they would still have to bring the price down to for the Head and Shoulders to form. And so like these could also, like, this could also just break out to the side, right? And like go this way. Like right below the 175 resistance. 175 is like, it's not like a super strong resistance on this stock, but it is like psychological. Usually I've noticed the resistance is at like 176, 177 to prevent tests of 180. What strategy would be best to up the price using $10 million? So if I had $10 million, I would buy at resistance levels at market to break sell walls. Or use high frequency trading to push the price up. So you would buy on the open market and sell in dark pools. Kind of the opposite of what shorts do to bring the price down. And then just let like market volatility push through the resistance levels. I would just keep like a constant upwards trend on the stock using high frequency trading. Jimmy going up on a Tuesday. How many trades at each wall or shares? The only like significant sell wall that I see placed is 2,000 shares at 178, but I don't think that's like a significant wall, frankly. They could give it like a pretty good run for its money, I'm sure. So they can add to the wall while it's being taken down. Usually they pull them, actually. They try to let people trade below the wall they create so they don't have to use their own shares to bring the price down. You can tell a resistance is important if like the sell wall starts getting eaten up. That's like that means the resistance is like very, very relevant to the upward trend of the stock. Yeah, so we fell out. Or we were? I don't know. Someone's trying to hold it up. It looks like. No, we're falling out. So, two things happen. We can test VWAP and bounce. Okay, I need to not use that because it's bugging out. We can test VWAP and bounce here, or we can pass through VWAP and continue to fall. It's not sudden. I mean, it's like 50 cents. $1? Oh, that's sudden. So that's got volume behind it. backed by volume. So they're bringing it down. Let's get rid of these. They want us below VWAP, ideally. That's better for the short side than if we're above it. Scroll up. Why am I scrolling up in the order book? Is there something relevant I need to see here? Or do you just want to see this stupid graph? This graph means nothing. It's not accurate in any way. Ignore it. Yeah, usually most of the volume on GME usually comes in around lunchtime for some reason. Yep, we're back below VWAP. We broke. Well, I mean, those upward ascending channels like that do generally break to the downside. The point is they can run for a long time before they do. Let me update Reddit with this so they know that we're sinking down a little bit. That's interesting. Huh. Just 32,000, 17,000, and 17,000? Is that 17,000? Not 17,000. So that's 66,000? It's not like a lot. I mean, the change of price isn't that relevant. It's just if the price dips and I don't explain it, they get all panicky. Everyone gets all panicky, I guess. Over 30. Something I'm looking for a bounce at 172. Sorry, just updating Reddit real fast, guys. Also, if you're in here and you haven't dropped a like or subscribed yet, and you like the content, please do that. And if you want to see more of it, subscribing will help you in that regard. And if you guys want to help support the channel, there's also a coffee link down below where you can donate. If you see fit. Interesting. Selling short shares onto the open market. Could be puts. Be a lot of puts. There you go. Yeah, they borrowed 200,000 shares to short the stock. David Liu, a sale. You know, last week I saw that we were like 50 to 60% of our trade volume was sold short, which is insane. To keep it below 180. Yeah, they're bastards. What are you gonna do? By buying and owning the shares, you've already won, though. So just let them play their games. It's fun to watch. Digital good time. It could go on a while. Akshath, I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, we're below 172. So we could bounce off 170. I mean, if they're really trying to push it down, like an order for 4,000 just came in buy side. So it looks like there's some resistance building up. Bunch of buy orders came in right there. Yeah, we could bounce on 170. But I'd imagine if we dip below 170, we could see like 165. I did say I like if you look at my due diligence for this week and the either the video or the write up, um, I do have like some predictions that like this stock isn't just gonna like jump and test 180 right away. What option? I bought a $200 5/7 call at like 3.15. So special about 180. It's probably hard for them to short us off of 200. And 200, there's a lot of call volume, and if those go into the money, that's very expensive for the market makers. Regulation, AD. Regulation would have to break the cycle, or margin calls. I mean, it would be very hard for him to keep it down indefinitely. They definitely have the ability to keep it down for a while, though. And also, like, that's a really risky position for him to try to hold to keep it down indefinitely, because, like, somebody could still, like, a large institutional buyer could just decide, like, they like the stock and step in and buy a ton of it, and then that's the end of, like, the games, right? Also, like, he has to worry about, like, when you're doing that, you have to worry about, like, FOMO based on, like, catalyst news, share recalls, things like that. So, like, keeping it down indefinitely is probably impossible. Yeah, also, we just, like, retail just buys in. Like, they're like, ah, payday, time to buy some more GME. I gotta pay my GME bill this week. Sorry, guys, can't go out. It's like a level of investing they just also they don't understand it because it's not like what people do. Yeah, like every time they short the stock, we just buy more of it. We're like, oh, goody, a few bucks off. That means I can buy coffee this week or something. Like, I'll have money for lunch. Took my ass off the chart for 2 minutes. Don't worry, Kez Koala, you didn't miss anything. It was to be 200,000 bought by us a week. Maybe. Really? Someone get me over 1K subs. That sounds like a cool thing to do. Let's do that. Who hasn't subscribed? And why? You don't like me? Is this channel and content not worth it? Have I not entertained you? I don't care. It'd be cool if it went over, though. Excitement. Are you not entertained? I'm glad someone got that. Refresh. Hold on, I have to open the channel, and that keeps auto playing the videos, which is annoying. Oh my god! Woo! We did it, guys. I was sub. Peeler, I thought you were sub like 2. Yeah, that went quick. Thank you guys. That's appreciated. Also, drop a like so more people see my videos and not other people. Because I have the good information. I'm going to become the best stock streamer. You know what? I'm going to keep doing this. Even if I make $1 billion on GMA, I'm just going to make really crazy bets, but on the internet. And if my portfolio was worth $1 million, I would have $900,000 in GME right now. That's my current like percent interest in the stock is 90%. I could live off $100,000. I grew up poor. I'll eat tomato soup and grilled cheese. I don't care. Kenny can't short me out of this position. Because if I go broke, I'll be fine. I've been poor my whole life. Yeah, I'll just time gourd futures. Make some money on the corn markets. Yeah, I'm old poor. Kraft mac and cheese, but you can't afford like the milk. Have you ever been in that situation? Like you have the butter and the mac and cheese, but you don't have milk? It's not a great situation to be in, let me tell you. Ooh, continued weakness. This is a pretty concentrated effort, I think. Who's ready for some intraday low dip buying opportunity? I know, hashtag buy the resistance, but also like don't miss out on a good deal, I guess. Do what you want to do. I'm not your financial advisor. I'm just some dude on YouTube talking about a stock. I mean, a dude with 1,000 subs, but yeah. Who's counting? Little Reddit update. And back to the markets. 168. We're still dropping. I mean, usually downwards price action in GME to any large extent is followed immediately by an upward surge. I'm not letting the sub count get to my head. There's people out there with like so many subs, and I have you guys, and I don't need their subs. I've got my own. But no, I'm believe me, nothing's gonna inflate my ego any more than it already is. So next resistance 162, 165, 162. Yeah, that's the next resistance down. But I mean, we could still like technically be in the fight. So like here, I'll draw a resistance line because people like these. But we could still kind of just be battling this 170 line, right? Because like we're not that far below it. Remember, like I told people before, like try to think of these like resistance and support lines as kind of like they have a gravitational pull, right? So like the stock wants to be at resistances. And so like I don't know what I drew there. That was weird. But yeah. So like we could just come up and retest from down here. Like until you break pretty far away from the resistance, that's when you'll start. So like when we broke like significantly under 175, that's when I probably, pretty much figured that we'd be here. And then we didn't bounce here, right? So we had more weakness. But like we can still turn it back around. Although the sell volume's like kind of significant. Like every sell candle is like volume backed. Big drop before a margin call. I don't know, man. Could be. That'd be cool. It's not like I'm selling my shares, so it doesn't matter how much it drops. Yeah, quality subs over quantity subs. I like the way you think, Fronium. iBar reporting a new 225k shares bar. Yeah, we saw that. Someone brought that up like a little while ago. Which it looks like they're using actively. Once the XC8 limit filled. Thank you, hedge funds. No bouncing back, please. I want to buy some more on the discount. Yeah, this is like an effort to drop the price. So when you see this like if you look down here, like ascending volume, but we're still only down 3% on the day. So like remember that like this is like if I go out to the 5-minute chart, like it's not that crazy, right? Like it could just be like filling this gap down to like 166 and then getting ready for a move up. Market makers love to fill gaps. Remember that. So don't freak out. Don't panic. Remember, the floor of the stock is 157, so. Yeah, they could be trying to cash their puts. Like if they have puts at 170, let me look. What's the open interest on 170 puts? Not super high, but those are in the money now, right? And 165's going up. Like they could be just trying to capture like interest on these. So it could be like an option side play. Like they're shorting the stock in order to drive up the price of their options positions. No problem, Chris. Look at Peeler just killing it, shorting the SPY. I would be shorting the SPY with you today if I could. It looks choppy, and I like to short the SPY when it's choppy. But I don't want to open up like all my investment accounts right now, like try to find capital to spend. May the 4th be with you. That's tomorrow, isn't it? Today's the 3rd. Yeah, today's the 3rd. I want the stock to rocket on Cinco de Mayo. I think that would be amazing. Just like if the squeeze begins on Cinco. More orders. Oh, if it goes like down to 100, I'm buying 100 more shares or 200 more shares, whatever I can afford. So we don't actually move inversely to the SPY. That's not how negative beta works. Like the SPY's going down, we're going down. Remember, also part of this drop could be overall market pressure as well. So like they may be taking advantage of the overall market pressure, so they have to use fewer shorts to bring the price down. Also, like you could probably have some day traders like this right here was probably some day traders selling out of their position. And then they took advantage of that dip by starting to actually sell short. All right, all right. It's May 4th in Australia. Cinco de Mayo. I like it. Make that a hashtag and get it trending on Twitter. Those candles look identical. Which ones? It's very algo. I don't know what you mean, Dan Matthews. Top. Red. Is it just because like the candlestick I'm using? I use Henkin Ashi candlesticks. They're if you're using WeBull, they're found here in the candlesticks. I could switch to like regular candles. That's what regular candles look like. I just don't think they predict price movements as well. And also, I don't like how they look. Because on low volume, it looks gross, right? But with these, it looks nice and pretty. So my spy puts the after owning for 20 minutes. Nice. Good job, man. So now I'll just buy calls as it retests its all-time highs. Let's see if I can buy any calls. 120, 119, 419. Maybe not. It still looks weak. I don't think it's gonna. You know, I'm gonna miss out on it, but I'm gonna regret it. Henkin Ashi is the best because it just looks so much better, and also, yeah, they're better at predicting price movement. Just PRP. I don't know what PRPO is. Is that some stock? PRP. I'll look at it. I don't care. I like stocks that are running. I mean, I guess it's up 60 cents. I don't know. I don't like penny stocks. They're super risky. Like, I'll day trade them, but that's it. Yeah, oh, I've heard about them. Yeah, they have like an at-home COVID test. I feel like if you're at home and you have COVID, you probably know it. I guess unless you're asymptomatic, in which case, why would you order a COVID test? I don't know. It seems like a loose, kind of a loose, like a loose business plan. You know what I mean? I'm a little slow today. I slept for 2 hours last night. I was doing like DD till 11 o'clock from like 7 in the morning till 11 o'clock last night. I was like researching and doing DD and then recording the DD video and then like answering questions on Reddit. So if I seem a little slow today, that's why. It's okay. I'll still have like enough caffeine in me to be energetic for power hour. Man, Doge's really holding 40 cents. It's actually looking bullish too. Like it's gonna cross that 40 cent mark. I'm glad I got my Doge out of Robinhood. Self-care is vital. I know, I know. It's just like I'm just getting used to doing this, you know. I feel like once I'm really used, like it's already getting easier day by day, and once I'm used to it, I'll be able to like adapt my schedule to it better. I think I need to not like try to answer every question on Reddit though. I think I need to like slow myself down on that. The amount at which shorts can be borrowed and rehypothecated is disgusting. Yeah, it is, Dan. Self care. Oh, yep. All right. Doing the hydration check. Thank you, Mark. I got the water. It's right here. Still looking weak though. Like we bounced at 167, but we're not looking real strong. Like we're looking like we could drop more or just chop sideways a bit. We're not even at 2 million volume. Well, we're almost at 2 million volume actually. So it's like a higher volume day than anything we had except for Monday last week. But all of last week was So it was looking like we could have like 5-6 million volumes today. Unfortunately, it's all downside. All right, let's okay. So that's my floor right there, 157. I'm gonna lock that in this. But we could hit 162.50. That's like the next resistance line. Where is it? That's close enough. What color do we want? Purple? I'm gonna go purple. All right. I want another 100 million volume. We all do, Daniel Taylor. Don't worry. Don't want to know all your magic, but what are some screening methods out there to identify good day trade swing targets? Look for pre-market volume. That's usually a good way to identify like what's gonna run or what has the potential to run, and then use like technical analysis in the short term to determine like which way you think it'll run. But volume equals volatility. So without volume, like if you don't have volume, it's like a bad day trade target right off the bat. Gone for 30 minutes. And swing trade. If there's no interest in the stock, it's like you don't want to be trying to do anything fun with it. Gone for 30 minutes. The price is down. It was $10. Hey man, so you came back during a quick sale. This is what GameStop does. It goes up and down $10 on zero volume. I wonder how we're looking on the bull pennant for this week. So look how great we're looking. Don't worry about things. This is awesome. We were down here at 144, and we're all the way up here now at 166. And we're still looking like we're primed for a breakout above like the 170 resistance, or like in between 162 and 170. Yep. So don't worry. Don't be scared. It's okay. Yeah, we have zero debt. Fidelity, WeBull, and Cash App. Which one of those trading apps is most friendly for pulling off day trades? Fidelity Active Trader Pro, but I suggest taking a very, very long time to learn how to use it. And then WeBull's the easiest to day trade on by far, Corey. And if you as a matter of fact, sometimes I will day trade on WeBull just because like I don't want to deal with Fidelity. But Fidelity's overhauling their software, so that's like coming up. I hope it turns out well. Dippin' dots. Tesla's tanking too? Of course it is. If the market's down, Tesla's going to go down. No problem, Corey. You're welcome. Oh yeah, and if you guys like the video, give me a little thumbs up. Smash that like button. Subscribe so you can see more of my face in your home or on your cell phone or however you're watching me. And if you want to donate to help support the channel or help us buy, more market data, there's a donation link down below for our coffee. You can also check out our Discord, which is down there, or you can sign up for this app I'm using called WeBull using the link below. And if you deposit $100, they'll give you 2 free shares of usually not very good stock, but free money. They'll give you like $10 if you put $100 in, pretty immediately too. Fire sale? I mean, just weakness, downtrend. These break up. Just like that uptrend. It's like downward descending. It's very steep, however. I guess I'm gonna have to update Reddit again. Based on the panic in here, which is minimal, I'd imagine it's greater over there without access to my consoling voice of reason. Cool. They're all updated over there on Reddit, and I'm back with you guys. Some messages over here on Discord. Ask a Gherkinit. Bro, you look like you're about to crash on stream. Will you sleep? Nope. I did not sleep. I mean, it probably is just the shorts bar. We're bouncing, but let me look on something easier to count, like the 30-minute. So it's like from here. Let's see. So it looks like just over 1 million down volume. So yeah, I'm sure like if they borrowed 225,000 shares, plus that's like not accurate, right? So if they borrowed 225,000 shares on iBorrowDesk, they probably have a lot more shares than that. But yeah, it's looking like close to 1 million in downward volume. But we're bouncing. We're bouncing at 164, like on the nose, so looks good. Should be able to like retest 170. Maybe we'll get some buy pressure because the stock's cheap. You can't stare at the chart all day. Yeah. I feel like you're still staring at it because you're in here during finals week, Jacob, talking about finals week. What's the TLDR of this dip? They borrowed a bunch of shares and shorted the stock, and none of us sold. And now we're maybe recovering or maybe moving further into a downtrend. Can't they hoard the borrow shares day by day? Yeah, but they have to pay interest on them. So it's like they'd much rather not hold them. Like there's a disincentive to hold them. What's for lunch today? Oh, I wasn't gonna eat. I don't know. I'll think of something, I guess. Maybe I'll grab a fresh nutrition bar so I can find a new stock to short this week. French dip. That sounds amazing. Maybe I'll order one of those on DoorDash after this is over. Shimmy shares are supposed to be hard to borrow. They are not, in fact, greedy. Don't know. Zero shares available to borrow. Now they are, because there's zero available. There's other sources for shares. So like if you're just checking like iBorrowDesk and it says zero available to borrow, that doesn't necessarily mean that like Fidelity doesn't have some to borrow or BlackRock doesn't have some to borrow. Like just whoever they track for iBorrowDesk is out of shares. which implies that they are borrowing and shorting actively. That's really all you can glean from that data. Options by food bar rating, it's a hit. Well, I did make a lot of money. Well, I made my money back for my Lara bar on General Mills last week, and that was a success. This week, I haven't had any like products dissatisfy me to the extent that I feel the need to short their stock. Easy to borrow from the Phantom Zone. Yeah, it's really easy to borrow short shares when you just make them up. When you're a market maker, you can create shares to provide liquidity. This is exciting. All right, guys, give me other things to look at. Spies rocketing. I knew I should have bought calls. Damn it. Jimmy doing nothing. VIX is tanking. Doge is up. Doge is way up. AMC turning around. AMC also had a pretty hard dip. And we have news on GME. Well, time to sell these 3 stocks. Fuck you, Bazinga. I love how, like, right when there's a short attack, they come out with a news article entitled, "Is it time to sell these 3 stocks?" And GME's the number 1. It sounds like it's time to buy them. I want to have a inverse to the news media ETF where, like, whatever they tell me to sell, I buy. I mean, we're not going down again. We're just, like, going down a little bit. We did get a new intraday low. Don't worry about the price. It's irrelevant. If it's not above $50,000, we don't have to think about it that much. Do you think S&P is going to do a market correction? I don't know, but it needs to. Jeff. If I had that name, I would pronounce it Joff or Geoff. People be like, what? That sounds amazing. Lazy play? That's the ticker? It's lazy? I did make money on the Lara bar puts. It was very successful. The toy I wanted from the box. The stockometer, 50,000 shares available. That's really low for available shares to borrow from the ETFs. They're really, like, this interests me because it looks like they're borrowing everything that's available right now. And there's only one reason most likely that they would be this actively shorting, right? Because, like, they're already making money from the stock trading sideways. So if they're shorting this actively, it's in an attempt to get the price as low as possible for some reason. Because they know that, like, all this pressure doesn't really drop the price very much anymore. So this is like a last kind of, like, if they've borrowed that much, because the ETFs usually have like 2 million available to short. So if the ETFs are down to 50,000 and iBorrowDesk is showing 0 available, and I think Fidelity, the last I heard, was down to like 30,000 available, then, like, that's pretty indicative that they're attempting to bring the price down for some sort of larger upside move that they're afraid of, because they know someone was margin called over the weekend last week. I mean, do they? I feel like if someone was margin called, those shares would be being bought at market right now. Okay? Does that make sense? Like, you don't get to choose when you cover your margin call. It's immediate. Oh. Yeah, so, like, margin calls are instantaneous. You either have the money or you don't, and they start liquidating your positions. which in the case of a short position means buying the underlying. Yeah, the volume's not too bad. It's just all short volume. Fidelity had 8K shortable. Now it says 67. Okay, so they returned some to Fidelity? Or hold on. So if you like read it early in the morning, that's probably the numbers from Friday. Because I know Fidelity doesn't update that till like a little bit after the opening bell. Fan of capital. Depends. I know in a retail account you have 2+2, but I think it also depends like the extent of margin leveraged. Like I think if they feel that you're over leveraged, they're not going to give you any time. Different time requirements. Yeah. They can be instantaneous. But they do have different agreements, but like if they have like time, they're just gonna like get money from other places. They're not gonna try to cover on GME. GME is like a really risky position to try to cover. So like if they can do anything else, they'll do that first. I don't think we'll go as low as 155. That seems like a stretch. I'd be very surprised if we go below 157. Why down? There's no news. It's just we paid off our debt. Jimmy paid off all its debt. Shorts are pushing hard, trying to bring us down. And usually, in my experience with GameStop, is we hit a resistance at some point, and then the stock just kind of rockets back to the upside. That's usually what happens when the stock drops steeply like this. Also, these downward descending channels like this break to the upside more often than not, eventually. Also, the shorters don't liquidate the stock themselves after a margin call. It's done automatically. Yes. Well, if they've been called and are unable to cover, then yeah, their positions are liquidated automatically. Bought the tip. Like, if you have like Robinhood and you're on margin and they margin call you, they will liquidate everything in your account to cover. Like, pretty quick. Dude, there's no direction this stock can move that isn't bullish. Yeah, we had like a bunch of good news today, so of course we're getting shorted hard. Yeah, RSI is pretty low. It's been low for a little while, too. Like 30 minutes, an hour almost. 45 minutes. We've been oversold for the most part. Yes, antimatter particle is correct. There are different types of margin call. There's also like lender margin calls, and there's another one as well. So trading magazines or articles concerning GameStop and writing Cohen. Interesting. Like positive things, or did they just say things? Put up to open new warehouse stock dips. You got it. That's correct, BD. I heard Barclays was like going to reevaluate their analyst rating of GME soon. It's the USD Euro thing. Is really funny GD. Oh, CVVWAP. It's just like a correlation between difference in price. Actually, I want to look at that now because we've had a tumble and see if anything fun is happening on it. Let's check that out, guys. Wait, where's my other browser window? Ah, I closed it. Damn. All right, there we go. There we go. All right, let's check out. Reading view. Nope. Let's see what that's looking like. Ooh, it's coming up. There's some arbitrage opportunities to be had by a very small amount. But yeah, it's moving up out of that central channel towards the kind of nearing the orange line. So the idea is if that hits the red line here or here, there's a large arbitrage opportunity, which indicates like an incoming short squeeze or possibly like very strong upwards price action. I'm not really sure which of those two it indicates, but it did trigger similarly on the other one. So we need bad news for the price to go up? Maybe. Look what happened after earnings. How low can they actually bring this? All right, they seem updated on this. We're a little below 162. Damn. This is an unreal amount of downward pressure. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Look how much pressure they have to apply just to drop us like, what was our high? 175 to 16, like 15, not even $15. Like when they applied this amount of pressure back in like March, this would have dropped us like $50. I don't know if we can hit the 140s. So if I zoom out a little more, you see this line here, this 157. So last week we sold 3.5 million shares at that cost basis. So for like the stock to go below this or like much below it would be very, very odd, I think. I expect that this is the floor of the stock price currently. Day trading LKCO to buy more Jamie after. How's that going for you, Matt Teddy? Volume also higher than what was going. Well, it's because they're dumping shorts into it. Look at it in relation to your wedge. Yeah, if you look at like the wedge here, like I would almost expect this kind of price action because like if you look at the wedge, like we can bounce, right? And then like if we bounce, we could exit the wedge here or here. Like there's a lot of opportunities, but like we're well in the wedge and above like previous week's trading levels. So I'm not stressing out at all. And we're holding like 162.52, which is like a historical resistance. Yeah, it's like imagine the water receding before a tsunami, like time to run uphill or whatever. I don't know. I didn't see all of that movie. I just saw the trailer. I know Ewan McGregor was in it. Chance you can turn stream volume up a little. It's a bit low. Yeah. I mean, no one else is complaining, but I nudged it up 0.1 decibel just for you. Slamming the DOG in the court case has jumped almost 30% today. Nice. Average is 0.9. It's not 1.7. Cool. Pop. 4.0. This is start buying. Josh Manika in here shilling for PRPO. He wants you guys to get in on his pump and dump. I'm just kidding. I just don't like that company. Opportunity to buy for people who want to make that decision by themselves. So shorts have less of effect. So Chris Martell, actually, if you look back at my previous due diligence video, I suspect because the short shares much like a currency or something, have become inflationary. So like if we're over 100% short, and any increment of that, right? Whether it's 100% or 200% or 300%, the value of each share sold short will decrease in relation to the total number of shares sold short. So if 200% of the float is sold short and you issue another short share, that short share is going to be worth less than the, 50 million before it. And so on and so on. So it's like, just like if the Fed starts printing more dollars, the dollar becomes worth less. So I hope that makes sense. But yeah, it's inflationary. I suspect. I don't have any evidence to prove that, but I do suspect that the stock is shorted beyond 100% of the float. Yeah, shorts diluting shorts essentially. Yeah, but it's good for them in the way that it also dilutes the share price, right? So like the more shorts they print, the more shares, quote unquote, are available on the market, and so that's also dilution. And we're still holding 162.50, right? Like probably like far greater than 100%, double the float on the market sold short, and we're still trading at like 162. So think about that. Yeah, maybe I should zoom out a little so people don't get like they like come in here. They're like, "Oh my god, my GME is crashing." There, I'll make it smaller so you guys can just see that like not that much has happened. I'm just like really zoomed in. I just want to break 180. I want to break 5,000. That's when you're gonna see me get really excited. I've been doing a deep dive on chaos theory and stochastic synchronization, working on a DD to try to model the fractal dimension of GME and threshold breakout moments in the system. Help math hard. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to do a due diligence on theoretical mathematics, it probably helps to understand them, Mason. I would suggest, I mean, like, I know some of like chaos and game theory, but I would say like you would probably want to get in touch with a mathematician to assist with that, or like a physicist. I would help, and I mean, send me a link on Reddit, and I'll help in any way I can. I don't know how valuable of a source of information I'd be on that. Yeah, and if anybody is a mathematician or specializes in like chaos theory, um, get in touch with Mason Page in the chat. He's looking for some help on some research he's doing regarding the stock. You got it, man. Nice bounce. I like our bounce. You guys ready for uptrends? Let's get some long green Johnsons coming in on this stock. Volume and downward pressure is starting on AMC. I thought AMC's been experiencing like downward pressure. This also, I don't think they're correlated anymore. I think they've diverged. I don't think math minor is good enough for that. Probably not. Probably want somebody who's like got a graduate degree. And I feel like those people are busy with their own stuff and they're not gonna want to help you, but whatever. I threw it out there. Call Mo No Money. He can do some math for you. I mean, yeah, he'll read your DD for you after you've written it. Whoops. No, I'm just kidding. He's fine. I don't really have anything against him. I just can't watch him for more than like a few minutes. Yeah, we're getting some real mini pickles. And what we want is some whole full length Long Johnsons. Can someone make like pickles out of like a full length cucumber and just call them Long Johnsons? Because that's a company I'll invest in. Like it comes in a really, really tall jar. Whole cogs. This is looking good though. Yep, nice bounce at the 162. I'm gonna just update Reddit so they can relax now that they know the stock is recovering. And you guys can take this time while I'm typing to like and subscribe. And if you want to drop a donation, that's always appreciated also. And there's a link for that below for coffee or a Ko-Fi. The creators say it's pronounced coffee, but I don't think you can make up a word and then tell me how I'm supposed to pronounce it. It's pronounced GIF. I think that guy did that as like a troll, by the way, because it's graphic interface, so it's a hard G. So GIF. It's GIF. It's pronounced GIF. If you say GIF, you sound like a tool. I'm cracking up that Long Johnson Pickle Company. I hope so. Pat Banser, I'll buy stock in a company that sells like full English cucumbers pickled. Don't cut them up. I want them full length, like 2 foot long cucumbers, and they need to be called Long Johnsons. Imagine you go to like a burger place and they serve you a pickle of that extreme size. I still can't get whole cocks out of my name. Yeah, it's just made up words. That doesn't, no, that's not the same. That's what we have on the chart right now, or some Junior Johnsons, and we're looking for much longer upward trends. Doge, oh, 0.41, really? Yeah, testing. Doge is testing like 0.41. That's cool. Yay. My Doge is worth like more cents than it was this morning. Oh. Ugh, I'm gonna do hydration. Hydration check. No, I haven't, but that sounds amazing. One, two. I will check it out. So yeah, we bounced, but not on all that much volume. Like a little bit, I guess. It wasn't terrible. But we'll see. We hit a doji, so we can trend back. A couple dojis. So we trend back here and test again at the support. Or if it turns around, that's like, here, let me clear that. So if it turns around and continues up, that's bullish. The interest rate is super low, but like if you can just like not hoard them, why pay the interest, right? And the interest rate's low, but take that across, you know, several 100,000 shares, and it's quite a sum of money. It doesn't prevent paying interest, but you've affected action with them instead of just paying interest on something you're holding. So like as the price goes down, the value of a short share increases. So like to not have it on the market accruing value is obviously worse. I, I don't know how else to explain that. Yeah, so I mean like you would rather have it doing something, right? I'm not saying they don't hoard them. They might. Like it's the price is relative, but it would be better to use them soon after borrowing. They probably use some and hold some, right? For more advantageous opportunities to use them. Like they have short algos that are designed to like wait until there's no buy pressure or buy wall and then dump a bunch of shorts to like sink the price really fast. That's how they were like back in March, that's how they were picking up people's like stop losses. Yeah, I mean, the people in these positions have more money than you. Like, it's not even that they have more money personally; it's their funds. The amount of capital some of these funds control is unbelievable. Yeah, it's getting to the well. It's also getting to the point where the drops just aren't doing much, right? Like all those shares sold short, right? And like there's just not that much effect. I mean, $10, it's nothing. Most stocks, if you drop them $10, people start selling like crazy, and that triggers more selling and more selling. Not this one. People aren't here to sell GameStop. We're just here to buy it. Don't you think Kenny's investors are sweating him about this? Maybe. I don't know what kind of contract they have with their investors. It depends. He may just have like absolute control over the capital that's at his disposal, like a Michael Burry esque type situation. It depends. I don't know what their investor like agreement entails. Maybe someone can go like invest with Citadel and get like a photocopy of that. Yeah, they don't want to disable selling. That's not advantageous to them at all. They want us to sell. We just don't want to sell. The price isn't right. Right? They just keep buying it. Like that's what we do, and that's what I think that's what the investment firms don't understand is that like we may not have a lot of capital, right? As a group of retail investors. But like we just keep pumping it into one stock. Like we're not diversified. We don't care about like risk to reward ratios. It's just YOLO. Like, oh, I've got an extra $164 right now. Let me buy some more GameStop. Yeah, exactly. What's diversification? I mean, if Warren Buffett doesn't believe in diversification, why would I? Yeah, diversification. But well, also, I'm diversified in that I hold lots of GME in different brokerage accounts. That's my diversification. Well, I mean, we don't care about risk reward in the standard sense of how it applies to investments. We care about making a lot of money off of our risk. Realistically, what should the price be? Take out margin calls out of the picture for a second. I think the price is like severely suppressed. Um, Probably in the like $300 to $500 range is where the like stock should be trading with its like market cap and float. The float on the stock is tiny for the market cap size that it has. It's infinitesimally small. So like, yeah, we should be trading much higher. Um, yeah, especially with the amount of people that own the stock. Other stocks are actually risky right now. Yeah. So Bible, the price is still going up. Yeah, that happens. Jimmy might be a good hedge on like a market collapse. I don't know. Maybe that's the hedge fund plan is like crash the entire market in order to stop this from happening. That would be interesting. Somebody theorize about that. I don't want to think about it too much right now. My brain hurts. Same here, Parrish. I mean, they only care about saving their own asses. But that's just the game, right? It's not like they got in a bad position. Pull a 2008 to get that illegal clear slate. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely would. They have no compunction about that whatsoever. I mean, it's not like when this is over, right? Unless like Ken Griffin went to jail or something. Like it's not like these guys aren't going to be fine, right? They have all their money offshore in like banks in like Monaco and like Swiss bank accounts, Cayman Island bank accounts. Like it's not like if their hedge fund goes bankrupt, they're going to be broke. They're just not going to like be able to run a hedge fund anymore. So for them, it's like about the power that comes with the money. That's what they're fighting for. Like they'd still be rich. Short attack and not offloading shares by Wills. I mean, it could be, but based on the fact that like a lot of shorts were borrowed during that downward trend, I would say it's like mostly short attack. Oh, did I mistype something? Reddit edit 10 says, whoops. I'll fix that. I'm going to update them anyway because it looks like we're going to retest 162. Thanks for letting me know. We turn it around? Yeah. So that's good. We didn't retest 162 there. That's bullish. So we didn't return to support. We just continued upwards. So hopefully we can retest 170 before lunch is over. And if you guys like what you're seeing here, please drop a like. It helps the channel out, lets more people see us. And if you haven't subscribed, check that option out. You can see more of me every day, which could be fun. And if you want to help the channel out by supporting us, there's a coffee link down below. All of those things are appreciated, and it's super cool. I just want to take a moment to just thank you all for being in here. This is super fun. I'd be watching the stock by myself if it wasn't for all of you. And everyone's been super positive and supportive, and that's dope. I've never seen so few negative comments on the internet since I started doing this. So you guys are all just the best. Whoever's in here right now, I want you to know that. I'm curious what Gary Gensler is going to say at the congressional hearing this week. I have no idea, man. I don't trust the SEC at all. I don't care who they put in charge of it. Power and the money and the power minute after minute, hour after. Theoretically, if the power went out at Citadel HQ for 5 minutes, could that provide interesting things during those times? Dan Matthews, I do not condone the inference of any type of terrorist attack on Citadel. Please leave their power alone. Did you end up buying your options before the dip? A little bit. I mean, they're definitely. I think they're back up. I bought them. Oh, whoa! What did I just do? I bought at what did I buy? 315, I think was my cost, and they're at 266 right now. So I'm down like $50 on it or something. It's not a big deal. Because like if we like on the climb up, like if the climb up is quick, like that option will be worth more than I paid for it before I ever get to the price point I was at when I bought it. Because the implied volatility on Jimmy spikes really fast. No, I'm not. Thanks for chilling with us. You're welcome. I like hanging out with you guys. It's fun. I get to like talk about stuff and watch my stocks. It's great. It really is. I've never seen like, I mean, I've seen some pretty negative things on like our super stock, but I haven't seen anything negative like in my posts or on here on this like YouTube channel. That's some like weird things where I had to ban people, but that was pretty rare. Also, I think I've only banned like 2 people from this chat. All the negative Nancy's are over at GME Meltdown. Yeah, I heard about that sub. I haven't checked it out. Yeah, we don't need to go out of our way to do anything. Like we're already winning. In fact, I would go so far as to say we've already won as long as we hold. You're holding the winning lottery ticket in your brokerage account. Why would you sell it? If someone came up to you and was like, hey, I'll give you $165 for your winning lottery ticket, you tell them to bite your ass. And that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. If they, I'm not going to sell. I'm not going to sell anywhere near here. Do you own shit? Can I start giving out relationship advice? Absolutely. What do you want to know? Do you want to know how to break up with your broker? Hazelluff? Yeah. Ape like ape. Thank you for the donation. Also, Ben Frank for Long Johnson's and tomato soup. Much appreciated. Campbell's tomato soup and grilled cheese is the ultimate culinary dining experience for the inherently not wealthy. It has everything: salt, fat, acid, heat. If you put a little, like a sprinkle of cayenne pepper and a pat of butter in that tomato soup, boom, you got a stew going. Is there any counter DD that hasn't been obliterated? I posted like a counter DD because I was like mad at all the ridiculous, like, out of the world stuff that people were saying. But it ended up just being kind of bullish, and so I think I failed in my ultimate goal of creating a counter DD. Because by the end of it, I was just like more reaffirmed of my bullish position. But I do think some of the like hypothetical DD gets really, really out of hand. And I think like people do need to like rein it in a bit, you know? Like at least try to stick to the facts. Don't go out there and start writing DDs where you're citing other DDs that cite other DDs that are based on like an opinion someone had because they saw like a stock price from 5 years ago while they were on the toilet. That's not good research. The whole point of DD is to create like a well drafted research piece that reaffirms a position. 100 million floor because Cohen sneezed. Yeah. It's like, oh my God, guys, Cohen went in the bathroom and Mr. Hanky, and this is why it means GME is now worth $69,420,000 per share. Yeah, I think that's why like a lot of my stuff doesn't get like too crazy on like our Supersonic is because I get a lot of downvotes from like people where I'm like not confirming the bias that they want to hear. But whatever, I don't care. You think Cohen tweets are cryptic? I don't know. I don't care what Cohen tweets. I own a stock that's over 100% short, and it's not going out of business. That's all I care about. I care about the facts. I don't give a shit about any of the rest of it. I don't care what DFV did today, or Ryan Cohen, or if hedge funds are short the US Treasury, or if banks are issuing bonds. I mean, whether it ties in or it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, you own a stock that is over 100% short, and it's not going out of business. So if they're not going out of business and the stock's over 100% short, eventually that position has to be covered. It's so simple. Am I sure? I mean, pretty, yeah. There's there's a like an almost insurmountable amount of evidence that the shorts never covered. It was 140% reported in January, and they never covered then. And they definitely haven't covered since then. I do like the stock, Andrew Zimmer. That's all I need. I don't need all this other nonsense. I don't care if everything's short. I don't care about the rest of the financial system. Go for it, Dan Matthews. They did cover some positions covered, not all of them. But yeah, there was some covering. I think smaller short positions got margin called, but not bigger ones in the run up in January. It was like a lot of retail short positions got margin called. Only 19% is actually traded. So when they say that 19% of the short is floated, would they really? Yeah, I mean, essentially. Also, the float is like based on the paperwork in the 14 14F. Was it the 14F? Hold on. Leases. Yeah, the 14A, sorry. Based on the information, the 14A, the float now is like 30.2 million, not 56.6. And so not only was the stock overshorted, but then we find out that the accurate number for the float is actually lower than we thought. So that would just mean that it's even more shorted than we thought. Yeah. Short is a major conspiracy theory loosely based on facts. I've read that everything is short. I read the Citadel has no. I've read Adabit's DDs. I don't have any problem with like what he's digging into, but I think he might be like maybe like a little misinformed on some things. But I think I saw that like kind of come up in the AMA a bit. But will I be streaming during the big boom? Maybe. I'm still thinking about it. Give me time. It's okay. We're not doing anything right now. There's no rush. Institutional ownership higher than 100%. I think it is, yeah. Yeah, those numbers are out of date because like the 13F and 13As and all those haven't been filed by the institutions yet. And so when those are filed, we'd have like a much more updated, like I think Fidelity sold at least a large part of their position back in January. I know Michael like Burry got out like way before the squeeze. So what's the floor? You know, it's on 10. Should ask about your opinion of like what the stock could hit. I have no idea. I'm just gonna use like technical analysis to determine the peaks. Theoretically infinite, right? But Melvin wants to submit an obfuscated revision of their 13F. I'm sure. Dan Kierman, no. Fidelity actually transferred all their institutional ownership to whom? I've seen evidence that Fidelity sold like a chunk of their ownership. They're not like, and they're also not. Are they even listed on the 14? The release from GME. I'll have to look into that later. But I don't even think they're listed as like GME didn't even list them as one of the institutional owners, did they? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, the institutional ownership, that's how they like make money, right? Like they make money off the asset. Like they're long, but they make money off the asset. You can do that with like selling calls. They can do it by loading the short shares out to short, especially if they think that like if they're long, like they have no problem lending their shares out to short because they know the company isn't going under. I don't think so. I think the top two holders are BlackRock and RC Capital or RC, like Ryan Cohen's company. My exit strategy, well, most of it is covered in the video DD I did for this week, Mick Ritz. How can I send you a message? You can DM me on Twitter or DM me on Reddit. Either way. Yeah, BlackRock and Ryan Cohen. That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'll check it out. Might not do it right. Let me see. I don't have anything yet on Reddit. Zero shares. Yeah, I don't know. I if I go back into like my TT, I had a link for this guy that had a pretty good argument that Fidelity had in fact sold their shares and not transferred them, but he could be wrong. I don't know. But I know that like I thought that was interesting, so I like saved it somewhere. 48 is just for voting. Fidelity may not want to vote. Well, Fidelity, if they don't have any shares, may not be able to vote. Right? Like they would still be listed under GameStop's institutional ownership. Like that's like required data for a 14A. So it's not like if Fidelity is an owner, they can just leave them out because they don't want to vote. They still have to list them as an institutional owner. Yeah, anybody long would be foolish not to vote, but that doesn't mean they will, right? They may let the shorts vote by proxy. They may not care. They may just assume that like Ryan Cohen's going to be made chairman of the board no matter who votes. The idea behind us voting is that if the votes outnumber the available shares, it's like definitive proof of naked short selling, and then GME has reason to do a share recall. And you're saying like I know a lot of people are already thinking like, oh, why wouldn't they just recall the shares anyway? And it's because there's a lot of bad PR associated with the short squeeze. Like there can be like a lot of negative news that comes out of it, right? They can be like, oh, GME caused a share recall, which caused like the collapse of all these teachers' pension funds, or these bus drivers are going to be homeless in their retirement now. And like I can already see the CNBC articles like coming out, right? So like if they have actionable cause for a share recall, then that's like a defensible position from a PR standpoint. Long in the future, what are your thoughts on the transition of e-commerce versus brick and mortar? I think it's I think it's a hard transition. I don't think it's going to be easy. I think if anyone can do it, like Ryan Cohen and the team he set up are capable of it. But don't get me wrong, like fundamentally, like it would be like a risky investment, but with like a lot of upside potential for growth. So like generally turnarounds don't succeed, but this one does have a lot of potential to. I mean, they have a lot of cash on hand. They have good executive leadership. I don't see a reason they would fail, but the market they're entering, they do have a lot of competition. But I'm long on it. I'm long Jamie. Like after the squeeze. I think it's a good investment. But that's for me, personally. Yeah, RC's betting on his ability to do it because he's not going to make money off a short squeeze. He can't sell out of his position during a short squeeze. That's why, like, I think when like everyone was like referencing like Domo Capital and his conversations, that's just nonsense. Looks like we're retesting. This isn't any formation that I'm aware of. It's just like we're just like we were trying to climb and it was too weak, so we're retesting resistance. Hopefully we bounce. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick, and I'll get to your guys in chat. Just update Reddit real quick. Oh yeah, and while I do that, if you guys can, please drop a like if you're enjoying the content, and if you want to see more of it, feel free to subscribe. And if you want to help support the channel, there's a coffee link down below where you guys can donate bananas and other such things. It's the dip formation. And technically, it's like a descending scallop. It's a pretty weak signal, but I don't think there's any like volume backing it, so I'm not super worried unless they start pushing down again. So true for 6 billion. It was only 6 years old. Yeah, RC's he's a great CEO. Digital versions cool. Everybody's new products to trade or sell later. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, I think there's a solution to that where like they could use like blockchain or like NFTs to allow you to like buy, sell, and trade digital copies of games. I guess you couldn't use NFT. There might be something there with that. I don't know that much about like blockchain. So it's gonna be fascinating. As far as it would pertain to that, at least, this is upsided butt cheeks. The bullish butt cheeks. Share recall without knowing the share count. When ignorance play better in the state age rather than knowing the number and still issuing a recall. Well, I mean, like, they're obligated to issue a recall if the votes exceed the number of available shares. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me to drink more water. Job ads required NFT knowledge. That's possible to try something with that. Yeah, I saw that. Doge is passing the moon to Mars. Cool. Oh, okay. Learn, make, repeat. Yeah, I have to actually contact WeBull after the stream's done today to get my proxy info. This is WeBull. If you want to sign up, there's a link down below. If you use that link and deposit $100, we both get some free stocks. I'm gonna sell them and buy more GME. But you know, do what you want with them. Keep them. I think you get like Zynga. Sometimes you get like Starbucks or Tesla. You get some like Genworth Financial or something. There's some pretty bad ones, but there's some decent ones as well. Fidelity, WeBull, and TV merger. No voting info yet. You might have to contact them. Just make sure that you're on cash accounts. Make sure that you have the right to vote your shares. Sorry if you already discussed this. What was that tip? Just short attack. Yep, that's all, Jabin. Just shorties trying to do what they do. Weird sound coming. There's a lot of weird sounds coming from my mic right now. There's a lot of activity going on behind me, and then my air conditioner's on, so it could be any of those things. Not only is it hot out today, but I use the air conditioner to prevent massive sneezing attacks that would occur because of my allergies. I have terrible allergies, and tis the season for them. Yeah, the floating head thing. So I was trying it this way today because like I didn't want part of my face disappearing all the time, and then we were getting all that like glitching in the background. But I'm gonna get like a green screen and do it that way, so it's like nicer, you know, so it doesn't look so choppy. But yeah, I was just trying this for today. A lot of people said they preferred it. Blockchain's technology for NFTs to truly be applicable to CD keys. Yeah, the wider gaming. I mean, not. But if if GameStop were to assign you like a token with every game you purchase that allows you to trade that game back into them, right? Then like maybe not. I don't know. I guess DMCA, it would create like DMCA issues. It's interesting to think about. It'd be better protection against uh like pirating of the software than what's currently in place. But there's an argument, like I actually read this really interesting write-up. There's like an argument that like it's beneficial for video game developers to like not care about pirates because they still make money on the like selling like the in-game currencies or like items, things like that, like the and so like they're really not hurting as bad from piracy as they used to because of all the like in-game purchases. Teaming up with Steam? Could be. I don't know. Steam's Steam's like I can't see them teaming up with anybody. Last season was horrible as well. I had to go to ENT as my nose wouldn't stop bleeding. Ouch. That sucks. You know that like the like nasal corticosteroids can cause uh ruptures in the like the blood vessels in your nose. Like they can make them weaker. That's why you're like not supposed to. They could also like do. Oh man, I am just not quick today. um. Oh, thanks, Peeler. Yeah, I think we've had 500 like viewers for a while. It's pretty dope. Oh, they can damage your septum. That's what I was thinking of. Um, why stock down? Are they shorting again? Yeah, Kyrie, they did a bunch of shorting, and we're down, but not like way down. I'm just like next big resistance level. It would be a GME Tesla partnership. I doubt it. Maybe, but seems unlikely. What would the partnership be? Like, it's not like GameStop has like a OS that they're gonna like load up onto like Tesla displays. How can you tell the difference? Well, so Eddie, the way we tell the difference is when that's occurring and you see volume on these like red candles, right? More than like higher pressure selling than there was buying. You look at like shares borrowed from shares that are on loan to be shorted, and like those got eaten up like during this whole descending channel here. Like like almost all the shares available to borrow were eaten up. And so you can tell that like even though some of it may be selling, there's also a lot of short pressure in there. And that's like how a short attack would work is you would take advantage of selling, which is what I think they did here as the day traders kind of climbed out and they took advantage of that weakness and used their shares to push the price down. So to develop like 2 videos. Did they? I didn't even know that. I haven't worked out in a year and a half because I've been locked inside my house. I don't like working out at home. I don't know why. I can't do it. Like I like to go to the gym, and that's not like an option. I'm not checking other own streaming platform, but built-in anti-cheat. Be interesting. You're really talking about like a lot of diversification away from the business model that they're moving towards. Like they could add those things later on once they've stabilized the turnaround and they are an e-commerce company, right? But like their current focus is going to be e-commerce. Then they're going to consider like getting into esports or getting into like streaming. Like they're not going to do that. Most likely they're not going to do that like mid turnaround. They could to like drum up like support, but they already have like all the support from investors they could ever want. So I mean, like I think their main focus is going to be like logistics, improving delivery speed, lowering prices, possibly like maybe like contractual obligations with like PC part vendors like Corsair and Nvidia and AMC, chasing down contracts with like priority delivery with those, so like they can get more like or better access to like graphics cards or memory or things like that. Sports gambling, rival DraftKings. They could, but that's not going to be like their immediate goal, right? Like they don't want to become a gambling company. They don't want to become an esports like company. They don't want to become like they're behind the curve on those things. The thing they're closest to is e-commerce, and that's what they're going to push for. After that, after they're established as an e-commerce company, then they could start looking into acquiring those things to further expand their brand and improve their growth. What activity? You'd see, I mean, if a whale were to exit a position, you'd probably see like far bigger candles than that. I mean, that wasn't, how big of a whale are we talking? Yeah, don't forget they're not hiring like a ton of like developers, right? So they're not like probably making software. They might be considering, you know, like they're looking into like NFTs and crypto and blockchain, and they might be considering like accepting those payment methods to appeal to like the Dogecoin, BTC. That's like an easy change, right? To like accept crypto as a payment method for them to make without like expending too much capital, but could have like huge potential upside. They can exit all at once. It depends. You probably wouldn't like see them exit like over like I mean, if they really want to maximize their exit, they're not going to exit like this either, right? Like they're not going to exit over this like they're not just going to keep pushing the price down. They would have just like sold a little, let the price recover, sold a little, let the price recover. That's how a whale would exit a position, like a big position. They would have just keep selling and selling and selling. Or they would exit all at once, in which case you would see like long red candles going down. And that's if they had to like back out immediately. But yeah, they would do it over as long a period of time as possible. The shares borrowed, Jacob. So like during this dip, like everybody in the chat and myself were pretty actively checking the available shares to borrow, which is the shares to borrow to short, and they were dropping through this whole downward trend. Yeah, they want to push the products they have to new customers and they want to get it delivered fast with great customer service. I think that's their near-term focus. It would be smart for them to strike a deal with vendors. No worries, Jacob. All good. So we're just chopping on this resistance still. Nothing crazy's happening. It looks like they tried to push a little short volume right after we broke resistance, but nothing there. So just coming back around. Yeah, I don't think DoorDash has a lot of future. That's not a very good company. I think the federal like labor bureau just declared that like Uber, Lyft, and like delivery drivers are employees, or they have to be treated as employees, and that's like their entire business model blown up, and they already weren't like a very profitable company. They're like wildly in debt. Yeah, it's good for now. Until they can get their own logistics network set up, it's good that they have like other logistic networks to rely on, right? It's very smart. I'll say that. I don't think they're gonna like continue to use DoorDash going forward. Everyone see the video once they have an established like day of order delivery system in place. I used to work in logistics, so it's probably and also it's like one of the most profitable aspects of a company is being able to get your product to people quickly. And so I really think that's going to be where their focus is, especially for e-commerce. It's actually a brilliant short-term play. It's only one if they want one-day shipping. Yeah, for short term, it's amazing. Ordering food through this delivery service practically doubles your food costs. Yeah, it can. Logistics workers represent. They could shoot for same day delivery. I mean, if they use their retail locations that they currently have as like logistics hubs, it's not unreasonable to think that they could do same day delivery. As long as it's like in stock locally, especially. Yeah. Well, their business models are unsustainable if they don't have unpaid labor. And so like if there's going to be a push towards them having to pay delivery, like they can't treat delivery drivers as independent contractors anymore, that's like the end of all of their business models. Their like gig economy model is entirely built around like unpaid labor. And so and all those companies, every last one of them is like operating in the red. Like none of them have made profits. And so like that's like the final nail in the coffin for a lot of them. So until we have like and Uber and Lyft's bet is that like they would have had automated like driving by now, right? Like driverless cars, and so that's where they were going to like reap their profits in their like corporate life cycle. And that's like no nearer to legalization or realization than it was when they started the companies. I mean, it's maybe a little bit closer, but not much. And so like the I don't know, if they operate in the red strategic. I mean, it's not strategically. They're just like they're they spend so much money on marketing and PR. The console cycle, you mean? Wait, I'm missing a conversation here, I think. Did I miss a donation? I'm sorry. Yeti Eddie, thanks for the live stream. You're welcome, Yeti Eddie. Thank you for the donation, man. They're greatly appreciated. Helps us keep doing this, or helps me keep doing this at least. Also helps me buy like new stuff, like a green screen, which apparently everybody wants. Is this blinding anybody yet? I could like get rid of some of that glare, I suppose. I just have like a photo screen behind me, but it's like it's white, which apparently is not the right color to buy. My GB position is strategically red. During downtime, there's going to be profits in between. No. Yeah, drops like this don't happen with the kind of good news that we had today. This is just shorting. Yeah, once they have to pay for healthcare, employment tax, like the cost per employee goes up so much, and they already like don't pay their employees, right? Like their employees are paid via tipping and via like additional surcharges. And they're like, so you're talking about them suddenly having to employ their entire workforce. It's just gonna like bankrupt those companies. They can't exist on that model. They're not built to. Or the cost of those things goes up to a point where nobody wants to use them anymore. Like in New York City, like Uber drivers are paid like a minimum wage. And so like the cost for Uber here is astronomical. What are you just like, Andrej? Are you just in here like shilling various cryptos? Don't do that. Can this be a Head and Shoulders? I mean, very loosely formed, but yeah, I guess it could be. Yeah, there's a pretty strong buy wall at 161.80. This is like a good price right now. Like people like this price. Can I buy another $200 call? Ooh, that's cheap. How greedy am I? Where's my... I should be able to buy that. Try to buy closer to the bid. Buy. See if that goes through. That'd be cool. Of course I get a green candle right after I place the limit order. Is max paid 165 this week? I haven't looked yet. I usually wait till like after Tuesday to start paying attention to like max paid for Friday. Because like a lot of people don't move into like options for Friday until like a little later in the week. The ins and outs, streaming setup, as you go. Cool. Figured even others are fearful. Yeah. That is correct, Zach Smith. How much is a green screen? I don't know. Like, what? How much could it possibly cost? It's like a green piece of fabric. $30? You have to light them, which I'm gonna have to figure out a way to do because my power outlet is struggling as it is. I have like 3 monitors, my computer, my air conditioner, my HEPA filter. I have so many things plugged into like one outlet in this room. 162 test get mix. They get me excited too, man. You can get a rollout green screen. Think of the pull down maps they had in school for cheaper than a more serious setup. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I don't know like a lot about like the streaming stuff. I'm not I'm not like a professional streamer. Well, I don't know. I wasn't a professional streamer last week. Maybe I am now. If I'm monetized on YouTube, does that make me a professional? Yay! I got my contract. Woo! Look at that. I'm already up $2. How have you been? What's up, QLN? Welcome back. So I would regret not risking losing all that money on Theta because it's already happened so many times. Oh, I mean, I don't care. I just dump money into calls every week on GME. Either way. I also buy like I usually buy like one put a week just to like protect the shares I have as well. For the green screen. Thank you, Joanne. That's super awesome of you. I will make sure to get one. I'll go on Amazon as soon as this is over. I wish Amazon could, maybe GameStop can DoorDash me a green screen. Let's see if they're up on that. Price heavily. Yeah, per share. It's 1% of the current price per share shorted. And it's at whatever price they shorted at, right? So if they shorted up here at 175, it's 1% of that per share used short. That adds up really quick. I know that, and don't get me wrong, the rate is insanely low for GME compared to, like, if you look at like costs, which is, I don't even think as heavily shorted as GME. Like costs is like 90 something percent interest to short it. Search their site first. They're definitely tracking searches for more product offerings. Okay, I will. Class. I feel like there's YouTube videos that cover how to be a streamer. I just haven't had time to like do the deep dive. Oh, hold on, I need some water. That's a good question, David Lund. No one knows. It defies all reasoning. GME short interest is just low, and no one. It's even for the declared short position, right? So like, if you look, like the market data says that like GME is like 23 or 24% short interest, right? Even for that, like the borrow rate for GME is insanely low. There's a theory that like the bigger lenders of the shares are keeping the interest rate low to encourage short positions so that they can blow them all out in a squeeze. Like it's very like a shark eat shark kind of deal where like they bait them in and then squeeze them out and destroy their funds and liquidate them and buy up all their assets for nothing. It's like a very BlackRock thing to do. Don't be so bullish on BlackRock. They're the company that came in and bought all the real estate in America after the economic crash in '08 that they like helped happen. They're not like good. None of these are good guys, you know. They're all there to make money, but if you understand that aspect of their psychology, then it becomes easier to handle them, right? Like if you know somebody and you're like, oh, he's a serial killer, like he's gonna kill people given the opportunity, like that lets you know kind of how to deal with that person. And hedge funds are similar, like they will do anything to make money no matter what. And so like if you understand that aspect of it, then it's much easier to get an idea of the psychology behind their position. And no, breaking the law is not something they are against. As a matter of fact, they actively attempt to do it in any case they can or subvert the law. Someone posted on Superstock their convo with their broker, which said interest rate does not. Was it an audio recording? There is a demand to borrow as well. I don't think so, based on the fact that like every day we see those shares borrowed. Just because somebody like types like a conversation out on Superstock doesn't mean that like that's a conversation that actually took place. If they had like an audio or video recording of them calling, I'd be more inclined to believe it, but still. Superstock's like 7th, 8th post on hot. Yeah, it's a pretty actively borrowed stock. Also like day traders short GME a lot because of its like volatility. So like even at like a non-institutional level, the stock is borrowed for shorting frequently. Of course, like they're just like day traders would be just like predicting a dip if they shorted. They wouldn't be having like this is like institutional short action, right? Like a day trader wouldn't have this effect on the price. They don't have that kind of capital. Remember that PIMCO, the PIMCO CEO, is actively short GameStop, and that interests me. Sorry, guys. That interests me because why is somebody who's the head of like one of the largest bond funds in the country actively shorting GameStop? I'd like to dig more into that. No, I understand, man. Yeah, you definitely need to take any information you read and think about it for a minute, especially on Reddit, because there is a cesspool of misinformation on all of the GameStop subreddits that can be quite hard to wade through. I don't know, man. Is he still shilling his crappy coins? I'm just gonna ban him. I don't want to deal with that. There. Uh, there's only one shill allowed in here, and that's Daniel Taylor. Yeah, he's gone. Axed. I have no tolerance for weird altcoin shilling. I don't care what they've moved today. Oh, my altcoin's up 60% from 0.001 of a dollar to 0.0016 of a dollar. Calls on TD. I'd rather not. I mean, are banks doing good today? Maybe. Banks just move with the overall market usually. Like Deutsche Bank and like Credit Suisse and that kind of stuff. Like if the market's up, they'll be up. They don't move like inverse to that though. Doge's all-time high. Really? No, it's not. 41 cents is not an all-time high. I think it hit 43 before. Is that on the 2 and 4 hour 1 day view? We still look fine in terms of that mega wedge. Yeah, actually, if you guys want me to take a look, like this is how we look, like on the 4 hour. Like this isn't even the 1 day. Like we're absolutely fine. We're not even at risk of testing that 157 ground level support, right? So like I'm not in the least bit worried. The closer into this like wedge we can break out, like if we could trade down in these lower channels, these two lower channels, and break out lower in the wedge, that's actually gives like more room for upside potential. So I'm absolutely fine with everything that's happening right now. There's no need to worry or stress. Don't be afraid of us being like zoomed in. Swim a little bit of Doge to get more calls. Cool. It'd be funny if we trade down to the very corner. Lol. Yeah, and I will say this for the people that ask me this a lot, because I do get this question a lot on Reddit and stuff. Like, um, if you don't understand calls or how to play them, just buy stock. Like, stock is much safer. Like, it's not as leveraged. I understand, like, you can't make as much money off of it. If you know how to buy calls and you understand how option markets work, go for it. If not, like, don't waste, you'll lose a lot of money. And I don't want to see anybody like lose money. That's not what this channel is about. You can do option paper trading. I think Thinkorswim has it. But I mean, buying calls on GME only gives ammo to like the hedge funds, the short hedge funds, or the market makers if they expire worthless. Like if you know how to make money on options, you're not giving anybody any money, right? Yeah, way out of the money calls are generally not a good idea. I mean, if I had a lot of capital, I'd probably buy some every week though. You can make money on like volatility swings. Those are just harder to play. There's money to be made on all of them. You just have to understand how to do it and when to do it. And if you don't understand those things, don't participate in that until you do. Like if you're buying options, you should be confident that you're buying options that are going to make you money. I borrow back to zero. Thank you, Kamer. Appreciate that info. It's always such a huge help when any of you guys drop like relevant info like that in the chat because I can kind of pick it up without having to like divert my attention to go check it myself. So yeah, that's always appreciated. I really appreciate that, man. I am gonna have to use the restroom here momentarily. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. We're not looking crazy strong, but we're not looking really weak either. So let me update Reddit real quick, and then I'm gonna go get a coffee and hit the bathroom real fast. And I'm just gonna have to leave you guys on your own for a few minutes. Wait, did I hit edit? Duh. All right. All right. Okay, guys, I'll be back in 5 minutes, maybe 10 at most. Just hang out. I'll see you all in a second. And I'm back. Volume picking up? Oh, okay, looking good. No problem with that. Lost some viewers because I took a lunch break, but who cares? I didn't really take a lunch break. I grabbed raw Pop Tarts from Trader Joe's. This is the food I'll be reviewing today. I realized they say toaster pastries, but I'm not going to toast them. And then I got more coffee, like quite a lot more coffee right there. We need some Long Johnson pickles. Yes, absolutely. Nice little bathroom bounce. Was the chair trading for me? My calls are up. That's cool. Or well, that call's up. My other call is definitely down. You butter your Pop Tarts? That's insane to me. I don't have time. You guys want to wait for me to toast my Pop Tarts? Kind of brown sugar is fire. They're cherry pomegranate. I've never even tried a toasted Pop Tart or a buttered Pop Tart. I'm gonna try it. This isn't bad though. No, it's not because they're like the Trader Joe's ones, so it's not like an actual Pop Tart. And they have like whole grain short crust, so it actually doesn't taste as awful as like a raw Kellogg's Pop Tart, which I've had and it's terrible. Toaster strudel is amazing. Thank you, Elias. I think I should be a radio show host. Do people still listen to the radio? Or is that essentially what I'm doing? I guess if you're in the Discord only listening to the live audio stream, I am a radio show host. Well, that's a nice compliment, Eric. Podcast? I don't even know where to begin to do that. I know some other streamers do that. I'm not, actually. When the squeeze begins, I'm going to call every Michelin star restaurant in my vicinity and ask them if they'll make me chicken tenders. And I'm going to have the finest chicken tenders delivered to me. The cost won't matter. Yeah, I feel like streaming is a lot different than podcasting. Because, like, well, first of all, you have to see me. I'm going to call, like, per se and be like, I want 20 chicken tenders. Get some Gordon Ramsay chicken. Yeah. I would like to have like a music stream for like the one trip I make to the bathroom a day. Yeah, I want like a white truffle, like Dijon, and like some rare, like honey from, Nepal with like fresh, like micro flowers scattered around the plate. And then just like a heaping pile of perfectly like double fried chicken tendies. Like seasoned with like saffron. That sounds really good, actually. I'm just making myself hungry. The stock is not looking like it's doing a lot. Like, if I switch candlesticks, this is going to be very sad looking. Look at this. Look at all these gaps. Ugh. This is why we use Henkinashi candles, so we don't have to look at that. That's our confirmation bias. So we had Raising Cane's when I lived in California, but they don't have them where I live now. And they're greasy as hell. Like they're good. They're better than anyone else's chicken, like fast food chicken tendies, but they're so greasy. It's like the peanut oil or whatever they use to fry them is, I hate that. I want my chicken tenders like fried in duck fat. So they're like extra, or beef tallow. I want my chicken tenders fried in the fat from a cow. I've never had Zaxby's, but a lot of people on here bring it up. Lane's chicken fingers is like Cane's, but for the educated man. Beef tallow is based. Dude, I haven't heard that term since I was like 13 years old or 12, playing like Diablo on like LAN servers. I love it. Sounds like there's a lot of purveyors of chicken tendies. Ooh, new intraday low. I mean, to drop out of the wedge, we have to go below 157. Stock down $10. I know what you mean, Trixies. Trixels? Is it Trixless? Hmm. Trickles? Trixels. I don't know. I thought it said Trixie before. Now I'm confused. Dude, you should try a raw pop. These are good. Is Trader Joe's privately traded? Can I buy a call on Trader Joe's? They're owned by Aldi, I know that. Aldi's ticker. Nope. Is that why Krispy Kreme's been so bad lately? I don't think that's the case. One's an American company and one's a European one. And Aldi's has been around forever, since like the 50s. Trader Joe's was started in San Diego in like I think like the 70s or 80s. Correct me if I'm wrong. It might have been around that same time. But I don't think they're in any way related to each other. I think you're thinking of Kia and Hyundai. Kia and Hyundai are owned by two brothers. Yeah, we have Aldi's in the US. Yeah, Aldi's is German. Lidl and Aldi are owned by two brothers? I don't know about that. I think Aldi's owns Trader Joe's. How big is the Aldi conglomerate? Let's find out. Let's do a financial deep dive on Aldi. So it is owned by two brothers, but in Germany, and you have Aldi Nord and Aldi Süd. Interesting. I don't know if I'm bullish on Aldi yet, but I'm getting there. I think it'll be very hard for them to get it below 157. I'm on the wrong stock, but I think there'd be a lot of buying pressure at that price. I'm sure they want to. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why I was on the SPY. I was like looking at it for some reason. Maybe I misclicked it. Yeah, I've heard about that. They have like really high like standards quality for their like pre-packaged foods and stuff. Like I think they don't allow like high fructose corn syrup and anything. I'll shop at Aldi. See, like when I was little, I would like visit my grandma in the Midwest, and they had Aldi like in the Midwest back then, and it was awful. It was just like canned goods. It was dirt cheap. Eating things like cream dried beef and ugh. Do you see the apex in the graph? Let me look. I guess the apex is like Thursday afternoon, Friday morning. Technically like Friday pre-market is the apex. But usually when these break, they don't break through the apex. Like usually if they're trading sideways, they'll break through the apex, right? But like usually if they break before the apex.
Is yours on logarithmic? I suppose logarithmic can change them. I haven't been keeping up with Clove too much. Is it doing things? I know it's like pretty heavily shorted, but I'm not sure if they're like that strong of a business. I don't like that guy. Like I don't follow his like Rajamath, whatever his name is. I don't follow his bets. I don't think he's that good of an investor, actually, like year over year. His fund's done okay, but Chamath. What's his last name? I can't remember his last name. He was like one of the like founding members of Facebook or something. But I've seen his like stock calls and stuff. I don't agree with him. He also like bought and dumped a bunch of GameStop at one point as well. He like bought in, and when the price got like a little higher, he sold out. And he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm in it for all the guys trying to make the short squeeze happen." And then he just like took profits. I think he's a lot of talk. He's mostly interested in like going out into the world and just like talking about how he's a billionaire. Yeah, nothing concerning is happening. If anybody's worried, politics. Yeah. Or did he donate the profits? He still took profits though, right? Like whether he donated, I don't give a shit if he donated them. He's got paper hands. That's what that means. He's a hedge fund manager. He's the same like greedy basket of people that this entire thing is like against. So he's no different in my mind. He's no different than Ken Griffin or any of them. Is T Walker freaking out about the price, dude? It's just like a $14 dip. Look at this dip. Look at the size of this dip right here. Like this massive, massive, and that's tiny because you keep zooming out. I can find you bigger dips. Remember this one? That was fun. That was a wild ride. I remember this one, and that was crazy. This is nothing. Look how tiny that is. It's you can't even see it if I zoom out. Where's the tip? It's gone. Dude, I've started to hear people call people paper hands like outside of like stock the realm of the stock market. Like I think one of my friends called this another friend of mine like a paper hand bitch, and like they don't know anything, either one of them. They don't know anything about stocks. They're not invested in anything at all. One of them's like a cashier at a grocery store, and the other one works at a Wendy's. No, he doesn't work at Wendy's. I think he's like a server somewhere. But they don't invest money. They don't know anything about it. They're just like insulting people with our insults, which is probably good news. So over the squeeze the space, why'd you ever buy Jimmy? Yeah, exactly. I do wanna go back to the 1 minute chart though. Now that everyone's mind is eased. This is not looking great. I think he just drags a lot of like social sentiment people into his like awful stock plays like Clove, and then like pump and dumps them. Is that like an FTD reset, or why do they think things are going to go down tomorrow? Yeah. T plus whatever number they want to attach to it to make sure it's happening this week. Sorry. My problem with that is we don't really have any intimate knowledge of the FTD cycle because it's only reported to the SEC twice a month. Every day is tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's the moon, guys. That's it's just on the edge. It's always on the edge of tomorrow. No, it'll happen eventually. It's just like I don't think anyone's gonna predict it. Yeah, everyone needs to stop trying to predict the short squeeze. That's the first thing people need to stop doing because it gets people like all excited and then they get let down and then they get all excited and they get let down. And some people are cool with that. They just want the fun of the thrill of the ride, but that definitely can create like a lot of just like people who are tired of it, you know? T plus 3 or 5 or 7 or 21 or 20. Yeah, pretty much. Here's the information you need to know about failures to deliver on GME. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of failures to deliver on the stock, both long and short side, because there's no shares for sale because most of the float is synthetic. The float being traded, I would say, is probably entirely synthetic. Hopium actually kind of creates an interest loop. Maybe. Well, nothing's stale, right? I think if everything died down and was quiet, maybe they'd start to try to cover their positions. I think that's what this, like, I mean, if I go out to here, like, that's what this is, right? This is an attempt to bore us out of our minds, right? Anybody holding after like enough of this is probably going to get paid. But boredom is a great tool. Don't underestimate the power of boredom. I don't know, Nuid. As long as they can. That's the answer to that question, though. It's as long as they can do it, they will. Because it means they don't have to cover. It means they can hold, as long as they can hold their position, right? Yeah. I mean, we all grew up grinding awful items in MMOs. Like, we can handle this. We can handle boredom. They're just not used to playing this game against this opponent. That's what's happening. A dividend payout probably, honestly, if their position is as entrenched as I believe it is, if they do a cash dividend, like they'll just pay. They'll just pay the dividend. If they do a crypto dividend, which I think is unlikely, but it could happen, then that could force their hand because they have no way of paying it. Counterfeiting stock is profitable. It is. You are correct, Robert Higgins. Counterfeiting any currency is profitable. It costs them money to hold, but they're also making money. Like, If it costs them all their profits every day to hold GME, they'll gladly spend that rather than cover their position. So if they're just net zero for the year, that's a win in their book. They're not down, right? Yeah, seriously. Yep. Welcome back, Digital Good Time. Yeah, it's just we had some short action, and now we're in a descending downward pattern. Slightly, it's a bit off, but for the most part, and we're moving slightly to the upside. There's like very low buy volume and a lot of sell volume, but the buy side doesn't care, right? They just want the stock cheaper. So, like, no long fund is going to come in and try to prevent them from dropping the stock at this point. They'll just let them drop it and then buy it cheaper. Pumping Doge or unrelated? Unrelated. I don't think crypto has a lot of relation to GME. I think Elon Musk is pumping Doge. But I'd imagine he owns a bunch of it. I'm not sure why he's doing it. He thinks it's fun. How can technical analysts take shorting attacks like this into account? aka is TA useful when there's so much manipulation? I mean, yeah, as long as you plan for manipulation, then it's fine. Then technical, like GME is more predictable than most stocks as far as technical analysis is concerned. I'm not saying unforeseen things don't happen with it, but like in its current state, it's not even volatile, right? It's just like trading sideways. Yeah, and just to cover that one more time, if you are a shareholder in GME, make sure that you are actively pursuing your proxy voting materials and that you are prepared to vote in the upcoming shareholder meeting. You are an owner of the company. You should consider it your responsibility to vote the shares you own. Not only is it beneficial to a possible short squeeze, it is beneficial to you as an investor to vote the moves that you think will do best for your investment. Yeah, I do wonder if it will squeeze the way Tesla did, slowly over a long period of time. I do wonder about that sometimes. I don't think so because I don't think Tesla was ever this short. I'm not sure the deadline. I think I'll have all my voting done by the end of this week. What's up, Elon? Shouldn't you be working on prepping your scripts for SNL this weekend? Fidelity is supposed to be releasing them soon, I think. I haven't gotten mine from Fidelity either. But you can call them and get your control number. Yeah, each broker is gonna have like different voting dates scheduled. Now Wednesday. Okay. Woke James Bond. Looking like more weakness. Are we gonna actually see the 157 resistance? I don't know. There's no like buying going on. So you know how like last week we were just like drifting up on no buy pressure? I think this week they're taking advantage of that. I mean, if this weekend's nothing but Doge skits, you can probably expect Doge to like keep going nuts. This is like, I think this is the highest I've ever seen Doge hold like during US hours. Like usually like EU will get it up and like the rest of the world, and then like the American markets open and it just tanks because the Americans just sell it, and then it like goes back over up overnight. But yeah, this is the highest I've seen it like steadily hold, I think. Elon will drop his own altcoin. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Elon's like plan is to like create an altcoin that's very similar to Doge, but better. And then like when once he's pumped Doge up enough, he can just transfer that value to his altcoin. Seriously? I didn't know that. I guess Elon bought a bunch of Doge. I don't know if we're gonna test 157. I don't know. That would be really interesting, but it just looks so weak still. I mean, we actually have better volume today, Bobby, than we had most of last week. We're already at like 4.1 million, which is higher than I think last Friday or last Thursday was our like historic low for the year, like year to date lowest volume. So we're above that already, and we're not even into like two two 2 o'clock or power hour. They borrowed another 245k shares. Yeah, that's what I said. AD. They borrowed shares. That's how we know it was short. That's why so like even though I don't think the accuracy of the information on like iBorrowDesk and stuff gives you the I don't think the information gives you the full picture. It does let you know that they've borrowed shares. So if the price is going down and a bunch of shares are getting borrowed, it's really easy to extrapolate that they're shorting the stock. I don't know. Contact her, tweet her, be like, "Hey, buy GME and help us out." Yeah, most of the people that were invested in Tesla were like long-term investors, like that they believed a lot at the time. They believed a lot in the company. And then the short positions were also very firm in their belief that the company was going nowhere. And so you kind of had this like really drawn out struggle between like long and short side. And then yeah, there were he was right before. If you look above, there's another comment. Like it was kind of also just like a big battle between like major financial powerhouses over the stock. Tesla is still very shorted, I think, even today. It's like more than like the average of the market. Why would an electric car manufacturer buy a bunch of GameStop? Yeah, I don't think that's legal. See you later, Mark. I'll drink one more sip of water in your honor. That's funny always. I'm glad this makes like a good podcast, I guess, for the people that aren't actually watching. Gaming in the backseat. I don't know. Do people still go on road trips? Like, I feel like there's going to be a surge of road trip popularity once like everyone's vaccinated and the restrictions are all lifted, and I think that's going to just die off because no one wants to do that. Like people just fly places; it's faster. Tesla RVs. I don't think the RV market is doing all that great. Yeah, I'd be more interested in like kind of internet cafe idea like from China and Korea and more like urban centers of the US. I think that could be really profitable for them. But that culture isn't really here. Cybertruck road trips. Like, don't people just own Switches? Like, what do you need a Tesla gaming center for if you own like a Nintendo Switch? Or if you have a laptop or an iPad? I don't know. It's just like, it doesn't make sense to me that like having a, like, Chevy has like built in televisions and Suburbans. It doesn't mean their sales are up. Screens in the seats. They've been doing that forever. That's not like a new thing. Party hearse. And like the people who can afford Teslas don't want gaudy crap like that in their cars. Oh, awesome, Farad. Yeah, absolutely, man. Hey, don't worry about like donating. If you guys can just like and subscribe, that's enough for me, man. Just your general support is more than makes me happy. If you do want to donate, there's a link down below. But just having you in here chatting, it's good times. Yeah, like I don't know, every little kid I see running around nowadays just has like an iPad like strapped to their chest. So it's like, are kids ever anywhere without video games as it is? GME and SpaceX get video games on the moon. Open the first GameStop on the moon. I can't get my daughter to leave her iPad. Yeah, there's games everywhere. Just like if you're buying $120,000 car, I don't think you want TVs mounted into the headrests I think you want more airbag. Also, what happens in the event of an accident and the air, like the side impact airbags deploy? Does it just shoot a tiny television into your child's skull? Because that'd be disturbing, right? Like, imagine the lawsuits. Louis B. doubling down on his own spite. Now I could see a like some sort of like Starlink on Teslas. Absolutely. I could see Starlink getting marketed to every auto manufacturer. That was also the reason I think Roblox will 5x. What's the reason you think Roblox will 5x? They could just like put an antenna underneath that solar panel or wire one into it. They don't need to. They won't need a dish. Or if they put repeaters, like they can put repeaters at ground level for Starlink in like areas of bad reception or like canyons, valleys, like anywhere that has issues with satellites. They've already talked about that. Yeah, I mean, why not? Right? Like a lot of the, I mean, a lot of the infrastructure is already there. They can already use, they can just use pre-existing cell towers to put repeaters on in order to like amplify signal strength in any areas where they have issues for Starlink. I'm glad about like ending the monopolies of awful companies like Comcast and Time Warner. Because like no one cares about their cable anymore. Everyone just like uses internet nowadays. And then like it provides competition, so they have to like and like decent competition. Like the speeds are pretty good on it. I have a friend who has it now and it's like it's pretty fast. So they can use regular cell towers, why not a cell phone? And I'm guessing if you have Starlink, like yeah, you could probably also like it's like worldwide data, right? Like so. I mean, a Jeep Pi is like God, isn't it? Smooth process some kind of data connection. Yeah, but like, how often is your car actually connected to data? That's my question. Like, my car has a data thing, but I've never used it. Like, I've never hooked my car up to data. It's just like it's just a clock. I just have a screen that's a clock, and it tells me what I'm playing on Spotify. Like my phone is still like the go-to computer that I use for my car. You were correct, Joshua. Todd Mack, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. Just so you guys know, if you want to have like an anonymous name or whatever on coffee, like when you donate, I think you can choose that, or you can like put whatever name you want. It doesn't have to be like your actual name. Sometimes I worry like when I like shout out like the donations people do that like maybe that's their real name and like I shouldn't be telling anyone about it, but I don't know. I think there was like a notification somewhere over in that area. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. All right. Just wanted to update Reddit real quick. I can't find the button. There it is. All right. I think it makes the cell towers useless except for the fact that like there's areas that have like really bad connections for Starlink, and I'm sure they'd want to like cover those holes eventually, like down the road, like anywhere where reception's terrible. They're launching more this year though. I think they already got approval to launch like a bunch more. I think it'll get cheaper too after the beta. Because like, especially if they have to face more. Also, Amazon's doing like an internet, space internet. Yeah, space clutter. Just a bunch of garbage floating around our planet. I can't wait till like it's the future and we're like launching rockets and we're knocking the internet out on different parts of the planet. How often is it down? Just curious. I like my friend hasn't really reported any downtime to me, but yeah, if you're trading, that's a super huge deal. You can't have downtime, especially if you're active trading. I mean, if I have any internet problems, I just use my phone like as a backup. But are we doing anything super interesting? I mean, still no volume on these. It's like the trend is good, but I do more technical analysis. But this is just like sideways chop after that descend. Satellites are geosynchronous. Oh, okay. Chachi. Really? There's just like some Chinese rocket that's gonna crash somewhere into Earth. Do they at least like have it landing in an ocean or something? What about VWAP? We're below it. Sam Ferrara. Or do you not know what VWAP means? Google it. We had this discussion earlier. If you do not understand a term, Google it. And then if you can't find an answer, then ask me about it. No, it means volume weighted average price. Mostly just because I can't answer the question, what is VWAP 60 times a day on stream? No, send a donation with a question. If you want to ask me what VWAP is, send a donation and I'll answer. That's how I solve this problem. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, I'll show you. The VWAP's here, it's this line. If you just want to know where it is, it's there. That's the VWAP. I put kind of a tip on it there. That was inappropriate. Don't tell YouTube. Put VWAP definition in stream title. I'd much rather people pay me for the definition. That sounds way better. It's like, if you want to know what VWAP means, you have to get a super chat or whatever. 20 milliseconds is like better than most cable providers. How's the market doing? Market's trending up to test VWAP. Market had a kind of a poopy day. I don't think people wanted that. Doge doing good. AMC, nothing. Down a bit. Phallus jibs and VWAP defined $5. Yes. Let me Google that for you. I mean, I don't want to like embarrass people for being curious, but at the same time, like, I don't want to spend my entire day defining financial terminology, like basic financial terminology. Just because I feel like that would get very boring for the majority that's in the know. If I use like a new term or something, I don't mind defining it because I want everyone to understand what I'm talking about, but 4G is the airwaves were limited. Are they? What? Hmm. I know nothing about like wireless engineering, so I can't comment on that, but it seems not right. What is AMC? It's a movie theater company that's going out of business. Whoops. I'm not supposed to say that. Sorry. I own AMC stock. I don't know if I'm happy about it, but I own it. And I'm going to own it forever. I figure if it goes up to $100,000 a share, I'll sell it. And if they go out of business, I'll just claim my losses on my taxes. I'll put down, what do I have? I have like 40 shares. I'll put down $400 in losses. Another margin call. I'd like a margin call. A margin call would be fantastic. Yeah, AMC is heavily short. It is. It does. There is like a heavy short position on it, but it's just like one of those instances where I don't think the shorts are wrong. A diorama? Isn't it like a collection of like figurines that represent something? I'm not sure. Every time I update Reddit, you're gonna post the definition for VWAP. I wish somebody would post the definition for VWAP in the Reddit comments, because that's the majority of the questions I get about VWAP. People are like, you keep saying VWAP. What does VWAP mean? Yeah, but imagine if I can take my AMC losses off of my GME taxes. I think that would be the fitting end to all of this. Although, I am going to get taxed on that insane put I put on General Mills cereal last week. I'm still so happy about that. Like, I want to call their investor relations department and just thank them for the refund on that terrible Lara bar. I thought the only thing keeping AMC afloat in terms of fundamentals with this that they stole a bunch of money from retail investors during a short squeeze. Oh, you guys want the daily AMC rant? Hey, dude, thanks for your daily insight into the GME saga and the charting work you're doing. Keep it real and keep up the great work. You're part of the great GME movement. Thank you, Neil. Much appreciated. The donations always help, guys, but if you can't, I understand. But please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. That helps me more than you can know. Did 159 get us on SSR? Spunky, SSR doesn't matter. There'll be no SSR talk in this chat. It's irrelevant. It doesn't stop their ability to do anything. Let me tell you. If it's a rule the SEC put in place, it does nothing. That's what rules the SEC puts in place do. Absolutely nothing. Jack shit. Want the twice daily AMC rant? Need more than just one. Joshua Balin, if you want to know what GME is, there's a coffee link down below where you can donate me tendies to give you that information. But otherwise, I'm not telling you what VWAP means. Maybe one of the fellow compatriots in chat would like to Google it for you, and then they'll tell you. Damn it, Sam. You're cutting my revenue here by giving away the definition of VWAP. Theaters are relevant. You couldn't, like, if AMC offered me money to go to a theater and see a movie, I wouldn't go. And that was before I owned their stock or before any of this. You couldn't, not in 100 years could you convince me to go to a movie theater. Like a crowded movie theater. Somebody's talking. I can't hear the movie. And you got like some teenagers like arguing with each other and looking at their Instagram in the seat in front of you with their phone brightness turned all the way up. Awful. Absolutely awful experience in every way. Being stuck inside a house for the last year has only made me want to be around people even less. Especially not in that situation. I hate both. I hate theaters and people. So it's... Just because, yeah, so that's better than asshole teenagers, drunk asshole adults. So I don't see the benefit in that, JD. Imagine being at a bar while they're playing a movie. Yeah, I do have liquor in my house. So if I want to get drunk and watch a movie, I can do it in the privacy of my own home. And on a better like screen than they have at AMC. And that whole setup cost me less than going to the movie theater once a week for a year. Rocket Dodger. Yeah, I mean, like when I did go to movie theaters in the past, I would go on like a Monday or a Tuesday morning. So it'd just be like me and two senior citizens in the whole movie theater. And they'd always sit like all the way up in the front. So I just had like free reign of choosing my seating, you know, just enjoying the film. They were always respectful and quiet. But people are like going to like a premiere? Like, what? Why? You're gonna pay a premium to see a movie in a crowded theater where you're assigned a seat. Like, this isn't the America that I pay taxes for. Is everybody telling him what VWAP is? Okay, can we just universally agree that if anybody wants to know what VWAP is, they have to donate money, and then we'll all tell them. Like, everyone just, like, if someone asks what VWAP is, just spam them with question marks and be like, no, man, maybe if you donate, he'll tell you. And then after they donate, everyone can just answer at once. Awesome. I like this. It's like a social engineering experiment. It's the Cardi B indicator. I think I need to turn this light on. It's getting dark in here. Whoa. That was bright. Hold on. I need to turn that down. That's a little better. Okay, there we go. VWAP is financial advice. Can someone poke this stock with a stick, please? I don't know who that was. Who was that? Is someone asking me what VWAP is? I hope so. I'm not sure this mentioned, but could you explain what VWAP is? Also, what do you think of AMC and Godpill? Okay, in reality, I feel like Godpill has like severe mental disorders, and he probably needs help. And his stream is, if nothing, a cry for that, and that is sad to me. Ultimately, I do like to make fun of him, but that's more just because I personally can't stand ignorant idiots. I don't actually know what's worse, like being intelligent and refuse, like being willfully ignorant, or just being stupid and ignorant. I think willfully ignorant's worse, and I feel like he has the mental fortitude to learn things, but he'd rather not. And then AMC is a movie theater that's going out of business. Boom, that is the information. Oh, and VWAP is volume weighted average price, and you can look that up. I have no idea who he is. Woefully ignorant is indubitably worse. Yeah, I feel like it is, because like if someone's just not smart, that's not their fault, right? Probably. Like that could be like there's so many like socioeconomic factors at play, like were they well educated, were they not? But like if someone's just like I don't want to listen to facts cuz I don't like them. Like I have better things to do with my time than deal with those people. Thank you, Secure. Maybe I'll just get a VWAP bot and just like plug it into chat. And anytime someone types VWAP, it'll just like give a link to Investopedia. Very wishful asking price. Umbop is a song by Hanson, and I don't think that's how you spell it. But maybe it is. I don't know. I'd have to Google the YouTube video. I want to listen to that song right now. I'll definitely get demonetized. Hey, look at us testing resistance. Calls on Hansen. It's a bit late. Whoever put puts on that cashed out. Actually, you know what? I think they all just like grew up to be like normal individuals, which is I think the best thing you can ask for people that are like child famous. Is they just like grew up and they're normal. Godpill's just nuts. He's like a I don't know, like a megalomaniac. I think he's trying to start like a online GameStop church of some sort. If you have music, I don't have music playing, and I know you can't hear it. Not only do I have my desktop audio muted, um, I think. You're still pretending Jimmy is due to squeeze, or is that meme done yet? I don't know what you mean. Are you bashing GMA? Wait, let me guess. You have a bunch of AMC stock? Tell me. Tell me more. I want to hear more from you, JR. That's not legal, Garrett. Jimmy is extremely overvalued and shorts have covered. Well, when? When did the shorts cover? When was 143% of the float covered on the open market? Over time? I think not. Like Etsy and crap. uh, anyway, I don't need anybody in here shilling Etsy. I'm sorry. It's like, oh, there's nothing more that I want than some rebranded Chinese bath soaps. Can't wait to buy some of those from this online marketplace of useless crap people make. I have 4 dislikes. That's a lot. And I'm surprised because I don't feel like I feel like I'm kind of a volatile personality. Or I always thought I was, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the thumbs up and downs are proving that I was wrong about that. Now there's 5. I'm getting famous. That's fine. I don't care if people don't like me. I just hope they leave. After Bruce like bashed AMC on his stream, like Uncle Bruce, every day, like the whole AMC crowd would go into his stream and just like it and then leave. It's like such a waste of their time. But that's the kind of people you're dealing with when you're dealing with AMC investors, I think. Just rolled the copper out of my house and made some necklaces, making a ton of money selling them on Etsy. Good for you, Jeff. I hope that helps you buy more GMA. Or tendies, or whatever you buy with your money. I don't care. Is there a dude shorting the country of South Africa? You're only buying AMC? Yeah, that's actually a really good question. I do not know. I mean, I think it's just the pressure of the chip shortage overall on AMD. Because they just had like a great like earnings call, right? And their like data center numbers are like doubled or something from last year. Maybe it's like they're saying it's doubled, but like the actual figure was pretty low already. So even doubling it wasn't that much. I know Intel's still like the primary like data center chip provider. Maybe it's that guy Satoshi who founded Bitcoin. Maybe he's just taking all his Bitcoin and using it to short other countries' currencies to force the transition to crypto. That's what I would do. AMD is a great company. I had AMD at 15 and I sold it like in the 90s. Lisa Su is an amazing CEO. Like, she's a better CEO than Elon Musk or cringe so hard at restriction funds. Yahoo's made some not great purchases in the past. Nice. Yeah, AMD was a great buy a few years ago. Strax, wow. Yeah. Well, you know what it was? It's like gamers believed in AMD and it did great. See, here's something I want to address. If you're in here and like the stream is entitled GameStop and you don't like GameStop, why are you going to hang around and yell your opinion at people that obviously already disagree with you on a fundamental level? That's what I want to know. Where's the win in that? I might have. Right? Things gamers like. Well, gamers represent like a really interesting part of the population, right? They're majority male. I think like a lot of them are over the age of like 25. So it's like a huge part of like the income in the country, like or the wealth under control. And so like, yeah, I feel like if gamers like things, they go up in value. Just like from an economic standpoint. Oh, I don't care. I don't care if people troll. It just seems like such a waste of time. Are you trolling, GME Trillionaire? I just like your name. Twitch e-girls, their quarter earnings would be huge. Probably. I mean, sex sells, so that's always been like a true marketing term. Pornhub IPO to the moon. Dude, if Pornhub IPOs, it'd be so valuable. I don't think they will, though. I think there's like a benefit of them staying private. Catch this down now. The sun's back. Dude, never. If I hear, if anybody ever wants to like start streaming, first piece of advice: don't stream anywhere near a window. The sun is a fickle bitch. Did we ever hit the SSR? No, we didn't. And we don't need to, T Walker. No more talking about SSR. It's meaningless. Short sale restriction. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't even restrict the thing it says it does. You know it's not fickle? The moon. That's right. It's not. It's always in the same spot. It just moves around in circles. And if you're a flat earther, it's just a picture in the sky. You missed the trolling. You changed their name to VWAP. Oh, that's amazing. Can someone change their name to ask me about VWAP? Flat earthers. How many people have been pushed off the edge so far to due to social distancing? A lot. I don't think they think there's like an edge. I think they like. I think that the belief structure is that they live in some sort of bubble, and like everything is like just simulated. Like we're in a giant like biosphere. But even when I say that now, a biosphere would be spherical, like the planet Earth. It's actually technically like an oval, I think, due to gravity, but it's not perfectly spherical. I don't know. I'm not going to try to reason in my brain what they believe. GameStop needs to add like an eBay for used games. Maybe we were discussing like the potential of like using NFTs as like CD keys and like being able to trade your like digital copies in while also preventing piracy. Yeah, we're to a fundamentalist cult, all flat earthers. uh, Oblong spheroid. I'm not an astronomer, just an astronaut waiting for my flight. Space is fake. Well, then how are we going to go to the moon secure? You can't believe in GME and also believe in flat earth theory. Ask me about my view up. Oh, this is amazing. People are going to come in here and the entire chat will have names related to VWAP. No, I don't think so. If someone's just reading the chat, they'll have no idea this stream's about stocks. All these kids growing up believing in Hollow Earth. I don't think GME is looking to acquire anyone. You know who the best person they need to acquire like small regional shipping companies. That's who they'll be looking to acquire. Honestly, like I'm not even that's not a joke. I'm dead serious. Like or they'll invest in starting their own small regional delivery companies like Amazon does. If you ever want to start a business, Amazon will loan you money to do so. Just so you know that. Except that business has to be delivering Amazon's stuff. Convergence is ready. Can we start a church of VWAP? I just want to see how many people we can sucker into it. Yeah, that's true. I just like the stock. That is correct. Moasis in the Ten Commandments. Reverend Seymour Dollars. This is what we'll do. We'll just put DFV on a cross and then just build a church. and see who joins. Praise be the holy dip, by the resistance. Accept GM me into your heart. Quote, Satan pill. Oh, this is great. Oh, if you guys are enjoying not talking about stocks and you want to drop a like or subscribe, that'd be super cool. If you want to help out the channel, you can donate down below on our coffee link. Imagine, yeah, I know, right? We can't, hold on, wait. We can't get capital gains taxed if we're a religious institution. Is that right or wrong? Because I'd much rather decide what to do with my money than the government, because they're not good at spending money. We could just start like a church of finance where like we just worship profits. The IRS would have to qualify you. Yeah, they'd probably do that after they took as much money as possible. The House of Long Johnsons. Religious institutions do not pay taxes on their donations. Yeah. John Oliver formed a church nonetheless. Church of Pickle. God, Bill would be so mad. He probably already is. Dude, I've seen that guy stream. He's probably like dropped in here because one of his like zealotous viewers has been like, this guy's saying things about you. And he's probably like, oh, idiot. Oh, I'm so much smarter than everybody. I don't even know how volume works on a chart. No, there are not, Leo Tang. You can just make up a church and then register it as a church. Or AMC's crayons. Yeah, we'll just have like a bunch of crayon candles. Godpill is JR? Probably. He's probably just mad because he lost 80 grand on stupid call options because he was gambling with like his family's money. Tendy donation baskets. Yeah, we'll just like, we'll serve tendies to the homeless. I'm not saying we won't do good. He's like some like no name weird streamer who like I guess Warden Elite was like, it's just like Reddit slash YouTube drama. Oh no, T Walker, he is not okay. That guy is gonna shoot up a Walmart any day now. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, he's the type. When people are like, oh, we didn't see the warning signals coming, with him you did. Like, people are like, oh, he's such a good neighbor. I had no idea. Like, he was always so nice and respectful. Godpill's that shooter. Godpill's the guy who shoots up the AMC movie theater because his call options didn't play. I know I shouldn't be talking so casually about mass shootings, but as I've never been involved in one, I don't have a lot of feeling about them. Laura Barnes for communion. Warden called him out in a positive way. Yeah. Yeah, Warden's like, I really like this guy's like options info. And that's like the one thing I didn't like about Warden was that like when people started like in his chat, people were like, yo, Godpill's crazy, dude. He's like, yeah, don't say that. Like, you'll definitely get banned from my chat. Like, he's like my buddy. My VWAP brings all the apes to the yard. Oh, oh my god. You guys know our stock's going down, right? Warden's probably scared of him. Yeah, maybe he knows like where Warden lives. Warden's locked in his basement. I do miss Warden too. Yeah, we're just having a good time, and they're shorting the stock. They're like running around, like, "Hey, do you guys have any GME shares to borrow?" They're like, "Oh no, man, we just loaned our last ones out to Citadel. Maybe you know, you can contact BlackRock." And they're like, call them up. They're like, "You guys have any shares to short?" "No, sorry." And we're just over here talking about starting our own church to avoid capital gains tax. I don't know. Do churches pay capital gains? Like somebody, is anybody a CPA? Do churches pay capital gains tax on like investments that they hold? Because I know like the Catholic Church has lots of investments, but do they pay taxes on those? How many untaxed dollars are floating around? T. Walker says yes. Why isn't Warden live streaming anymore? Oh, he's like doing his finals or something, and then he has like a summer job. I mean, that's why I started doing this in the first place, was because he quit or like had to go. I want to say quit, but he had like other obligations. Eddie, we want GME. We all want GME to go up, but why would that happen? Just we're gonna will it into existence. I mean, it's gonna go up in a couple bars. It'll be green. I promise you that. If you're a 501c3, you don't pay cap gains tax. That's so interesting. I'm so interested by this. Yeah, he's definitely. I think he's on like. Maybe he's not on medications, but he should be. Rocket. If we get it. Well, I still have to get that Kenny G teardrop tattoo after Citadel goes bankrupt. R outside. I don't know what R outside is, VWAP. This will be done for while the squeeze is squeezing. This is gold. Definitely archiving this stream. This is a good one. If you get a teardrop, you can't stop people from calling you. I haven't stopped anybody from calling me Post Malone or whatever. I don't. I feel like I don't. You know, it's the COVID hair. It makes me look like I'm a mumble rapper from the South. Still can't figure out why the aggressive shorting today seems random AF. No one knows, right? That's the mystery. Pre Malone. Oh. Do your streams in auto tune? Let's not provide us. Well, we wouldn't. We would only provide a substantial benefit to the ape collective as we wait for our rocket ship to take us to the moon. This doesn't even sound like it couldn't be a religion, right? We think we're apes. We're waiting for a mythical journey to the moon where we're ascending, right? This has all the right like motifs of a good religion. Can you give us a zoom out? You want to see how little we're here? That's us. We're actually like right here. But yeah, this is the zoom out. We're good. Don't worry, guys. Everyone calm down. DFV is our messiah. Yeah. Except maybe less poisonous Kool-Aid, but oh my god. I have like tears in my eyes right now. This is too funny. I hope they're having this much fun at Citadel right now. Yeah, and instead of having like some awful compound in the jungle where we're like ham fisting vegetables or gourds out of the ground, we'll just have like a floating like set of yachts like all tied together. Yeah, Jonestown. So instead of like that, we'll do it. We'll just have yachts and like Cristal. It'll be like a Jay-Z yacht meetup, and that'll yeah like an ape flotilla, and that can just be that can be like where all the proceeds from our our things go. But it'll be our commune. It'll just be better than other people's communes. So that way we're not providing any financial benefit to private parties, only to the communal party. Yeah, we just get Lambos. Like everybody in the congregation has to have a Lamborghini. Don't tell Hollywood. I'm pretty sure they've already done this. Bailey, I'm like 1,000% in on the lot parties or the yacht parties. Lot or yacht, whatever. Wherever we end up, I'm there. Um, banana liqueur, yeah, like 99 bananas. If you gain some good money, don't buy a boat. Yeah, boats are very, very expensive. But I guess it kind of depends on how much GameStop goes up, right? Can we name our like when we tie all our yachts together, we'll just call it We Own the Float. That'll be the name of the party. That's what we'll advertise on social media. Water world of the apes. Yeah, and then when the global warming gets to a point where everything's just water, we'll already be set. And then we can like tell the non-believers like, "Oh, look, we told you so." I don't think I don't think the viewership is enjoying this religious commentary. That's named Banana Boat as far as the Oh, I haven't updated Reddit in a long time, but I don't know. There's like I don't know what to do when there's nothing to tell them, you know? Like I only want to give them good news. One sec, guys. All right. It 2:50 p.m. Good news. We still like the stock. It's pretty accurate, right? They wouldn't get it. That's the hardest thing about writing the Reddit write up is like we have all this fun in stream, and then I feel like I can't effectively communicate that to Reddit because they've missed the context. And like when I first was doing live charting, we had all this fun in the live charting, but I don't have time for that now with the stream. So it's just like there's no winning, and I just have to accept it for what it is. Left paddle is 160, right paddle is 180. It's like playing Pong. Yeah, kind of. Except like the ball's just stuck on the left paddle. DJ D2. It's all winning. You go, Silverlight. Give them the chat update. Just post the chat. It's too many like Reddit threads at one time for me to juggle. Reddit is not conducive to like updating on a regular basis. It is super buggy to edit posts that often. So many times I'll like put an edit through it, it just doesn't even show up. Do you expect anything for Power Hour? Yeah. This thing we've been doing. Unless we get volume. This is all we're gonna do unless we get volume. I do think it's funny that like look how tightly it's bouncing around down here. There's no like range on it anymore. It's just 159 to 161. Yeah, it's not the most efficient social media, but it's the only one I use. So like I hate Facebook and I have no idea how to use Twitter. One hour wait with Schwab to get a control number. Ouch. Let's hope it works. Which SEC rules go into effect tomorrow? Is that like definitive? Because everything I read was just people like estimating the date for when the SEC rules would go into effect, but nothing like from the SEC specifically stating that their rules would go into effect that day. That could be why we're seeing such like a downtrend today, but also like people on like all the people on like Supersonic and stuff have like a tendency to like make up reasons for why the stock is down. No offense to anyone, but like it just happens. It's like part of the psychology of the stock market. I don't really know that much. Sorry about Gary Gensler. I guess I mean he's better than the previous head of the SEC. I have no idea. I don't like actively use Schwab. That wasn't a butterfly, Seymour dollars. That was somebody's drone. Are people still doing that? Are people still flying like drones around Citadel in Chicago? I can't think of anything more boring to do with my day than just like stare through office windows. This will have what Tom knows it may not get over. Okay, so basically this is the idea behind the voting, just so like everyone understands the repercussion and importance of it. Like first and foremost, if you own a stock and you're in it for the long term, you should be voting on the actions that company takes, right? Because you have a vested interest in that company. And in the case of GameStop, if more votes come in than shares that are available in the float, which is most likely going to be the case, right? Then that allows GameStop to do a share recall. And that means that they can pull all their share backs and count them. And anybody in a short position with synthetic shorts would have to cover. in order to not be caught naked short selling the stock, because it is illegal. Um, he passed Dodd-Frank. He's honestly the best we could have reasonably hoped for. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know he passed Dodd-Frank. I thought he was just like involved in the writing of it. Don't do that. Just don't. There's no reason to drive to like, you're not going to get anything from being at the Citadel building. You know, you're just going to be standing outside of an office building. That's what it's going to be. Kenny's floor is too high up for legal drone flying. I only knew of it happening once. I have no idea. What other website? There's another website. Votes tallied as they come in, or will they be tallied on 6/9? I think they're tallied before 6/9. I don't know what date they're counting on though. Would that action need to be taken before or during they would take that action? They have somebody who counts the vote, and they would take that action when they realized that there was a problem, which would like probably delay the shareholders meeting. Yeah, once the vote's closed, I mean they can still do a share recall, but yeah. But the vote's not over yet. There's quite some time before the voting's closed. I think the voting closes on like the 28th of this month. Just not a lot of exciting things happening with the stock today. Oh yeah, so it would stay open until the voting is closed. Well, not only do they need the evidence, right? They want it because then they can't be accused of causing the short squeeze, right? Because they're just like, well, we got too many votes. And then, when the news media is like, oh, you guys tanked all these pensions and whatever these hedge funds control, and teachers unions, and these nurses are not going to have food, or whatever happens, they won't be able to blame GameStop for that, because that would be very bad PR, right? They don't want that as a company. Because they already have. It's just like a position that you become more and more entrenched in, right? It's like doubling down. It's like you go to a casino, you put $20 on black, and you lose, and so you put 40 on black, and you lose again, and then you put 80 on black, and like hopefully you win, and you make all your money back plus 20% profit, right? And so that's why they're still shorting it, essentially. I think a lot of people are on Fidelity, still waiting on get the materials out. It's funny how to accuse market manipulation. You need to prove you weren't the manipulator. Just deposited $2,000 into my Fidelity account tomorrow. If I should buy now or wait for a deeper dip, I can't tell you when to buy. I mean, I think the floor of the stock is $157. So I don't think we're going to go below that anytime in the near future without some like serious short action. I think a lot of people would like to buy GameStop at the $157 price point. I mean, even where we are now, like this just screeched to a halt, like right below like the 162 resistance, and just like they haven't been able to get it to go like below like 159 since then. And no one's buying it right now. Like, it's very, very few buy orders compared to the sell volume today. Masochism. I don't know. Why are public entities giving money to hedge funds? Seems like a bad move. I mean, that's what they do. They, like, pensions and stuff invest the funds they have available. Weather resistance. It's not like you deposit money to a pension and they just take it and put it in a vault. Like, you want that money to grow. It's not like a bad thing necessarily. I don't give financial advice. Why 157? We just sold 3.5 million shares. GameStop sold 3.5 million shares at a cost basis of $157 last week. And that was why the price of the stock went up about 18, 19 bucks. Data set dropping to 57 due to Max Payne? Maybe. I mean, Max Payne's not really relevant right now because it's Monday. Buy now, buy later too. Not financial advice. Do you also agree that this battle is between hedge funds who are long versus Citadel and the apes are in the middle? Yeah, we're definitely just along for the ride. Like we're not going to affect any change. Yeah, if you want to own GMA, buy it. If you don't. Also, if you want to like this video, or you do like this video, drop a like. And if you like me, subscribe, because I'll do more videos. And then if you want to donate, because you like this channel and the things we do, feel free to do that as well. You like how I transitioned into that one? That was good, right? Nice segue. I know. How can you say you're just along for the ride when you because that's the way it works. Because we don't have it, like, I don't think retail has enough capital to move the price to the point where a margin call would occur. If it does, it doesn't have it currently. Like, we would need new retail coming in. And since we're like not really, the only part of the news cycle we are is like the 15 daily articles telling you why you should sell your GME shares, which clearly aren't working. So I don't know why they keep publishing them. Yeah, you need FOMO. And any, like, here's the thing though, is like any large upward price movement is going to create that FOMO all on its own. Because whether people are invested in GME or not, they're watching it like a hawk. Yeah, we're just waiting. We don't, I mean, we eventually need volume, right? We do need the price to go up to a point where like a margin call would occur. Yeah, I mean, if you throw enough pebbles in the pond, eventually it'll like overflow or something, right? Possibly. But we do own the float and get to keep price pressure up. I mean, the way we're keeping price pressure, the way retail keeps price pressure up is that we're just not selling. So, like, when they dip the stock low enough that bigger buyers want in, those people just buy in and the stock jumps back up again. But it's very hard for them to get the stock down. And so that's the power retail currently has. They are losing capital, Dave, but they're also making capital in other parts of the market. So there's no way to correlate that. Like, I mean, if they lose $1 million a day on GME but make 2 million on the rest of the market, or whatever ratio you want to choose, like, um, they can continue this for longer and longer. What made the stock jump from 40? People buying it. I'm not actually sure. I don't think it was covering, because I don't think the price was low enough. Also, it doesn't look like covering. There's a lot of retail buying in here. I think there was bigger capital that bought in through here. And a million shares of GameStop at $162 would be very expensive. Unleash the thick pickles. Is the stock moving? 162. Yeah. Did me drawing a rocket help last time? I don't think so. But I'll try it. Put a door on it. Like the Wallace and Gromit one. No one's gonna get that, but I get it. So this can drag out for a long time until the other business lines for the hedge funds don't make a profit, like if Jerome Powell goes interest way up. Several dollars pressing for a while to hedge. Yeah. I mean, our days are still not normal. They're still crazy. Like I was telling people earlier, if you guys weren't here, like when this stock drops, like from 175 to 162 in what 45 minutes, like if that happened to Apple, people would be panic selling Apple like crazy. But like with GME, there's just no one's selling it, so it's just like they push it down and then it just slowly climbs back up. I did just draw a rocket on the chart. It's got flames. I guess I could get some red in there. Orange. I'm really taking this too far. I'm just super bored. So this has become a live stream art show. There we go. No red, it's a trap. You can't have green without red. It's working. Well, volatility going down is good for us, actually. C200, yeah. Live art, food reviews, and stonks. Welcome to Gherkinit's financial coloring book. Even hiring a chemist? No way I get fired. I don't get fired soon. Are you just spending all day staring at the stock? I feel like a lot of people are going to lose their jobs because they stopped working because of this. They're just like, I'm not doing what you asked me to anymore. I own GameStop. House of Long Johnsons. Oh, that's how you. Oh my god. Pretty rocket drive will send the stock to the moon. See you all 9 a.m. for primaries. It probably does, but it also, like, the lower volatility also allows If you check out my DT, like lower volatility allows long whales to buy into leverage positions at a much cheaper price. Which, like, if we're gonna get a gamma ramp or something like that, that's how that would be set up and structured. Is they'd wait for the volatility to get real low. If no one could tell that I haven't done anything in months, they didn't need me in the first place. Uh, Need a moon in the upper corner. I can draw a little moon. I have such a nice palette of colors too, you know? We could get some like there we go. Spent all morning today explaining this to my boss while I watched the stream. Oh, it's too funny. I feel like any job I've ever worked at would fire me for watching a stream all day. Sponsored by Jimmy. Crayon flavors. You know what this makes me think? I think we're just like the last time we had a day where we had like a hard push down like that, we just like rocketed in the last like 30 minutes of the day. Yeah, I know. Work from home is really, I don't understand why offices exist anymore. I've got coffee. It's just not working. I've had a lot of coffee today. I've had like 6 shots of espresso at this point, I think. Give me a 30-second recap of what you think happened today. You got it, Joshua. I'm just going to be even shorter than that. We opened kind of bullish, looking good in the pre market. And then we had like kind of some selling off, probably because of the bullish pre market, just like day traders. Then we started to climb up a little bit, and then we got shorted into oblivion. And now we're trading at 162. That's it. All the short shares are borrowed. There's none left for today. They'll print more tomorrow, but dude, I'm legit worried about your caffeine intake. You said that same thing every day for a week. That's like how much coffee I drink anyway. Ooh, that's like a medium-sized Johnson that just popped up, guys. Do you see that? Does anybody see that? It's very average, but I'm excited about it. Because, like, it doesn't matter the size of your Johnson if you use it to break resistance, right? I'm sending that screenshot to Reddit real quick. Let them know that we have broken resistance at 162.5. We're ready for a move up. Reddit's all updated. You know what it was? It wasn't the rocket. It was the moon. Because like we keep drawing the rocket, but we have no destination. WeBull should add a crayon candle style. I'm sure, because you can edit the charting. I'm sure you could like add those. I think I did break 500. And then I think people either got really put off by like our total disregard for religious practices, or they just got bored because the stock wasn't doing anything. Draw some Alpha Centauri. I don't know what those look like. I'll draw. That's it. Maybe I can get like a little. Just keep drawing celestial bodies. Could have like Jupiter. And we'll do some like Saturn. Hold on, I'm gonna nail this. Woo! Alright, that's enough silliness. This is a financial stream. What are we doing? No one's good. Does nobody take their finances seriously? USS Empress, come save us? I hope so. Rockets taking us out of the dip. Bro, artist. I don't think so, man. This is art. Somebody screenshot this and turn it into an NFT for me. I have a question. If the Chinese rocket falls out of the sky and lands on Citadel HQ, will that cause a margin call? Maybe you guys can answer that. I'm not a financial advisor, but if I was one, I'd be the best. Stupid. Let's enjoy these moments where we can laugh. Because when the squeeze is on, it's going to get real serious. Bring Moon to Melvin scenario. Somebody write a DD about upcoming potential catalysts and have Chinese rocket crashes through roof of Citadel HQ. Can we make this into stained glass windows? Probably. Banana for art. Now you're a professional artist. Thank you, Ferranger. Reunion tour stream after the moon. Quite possibly. I don't want to be like investigated by the SEC if I make too much money, though. You know, I don't want to be like this guy. Look, Your Honor. Look at the drawings of rockets and encouragement he gave to these hundreds of apes. We're looking good. My option's worth $3 now. Like profit. Pure profit. $3 of pure profit. Jesus Christ, I have 96 messages on Reddit. It's gonna take me so long to answer those. Maybe Is this the MOAS? We're likely to investigate for cult activity. Yeah, I don't want to give them a reason to like send the U.S. Marshals after us. I feel like if we start a church, that's what we're encouraging. We're gonna get shot by the FBI. And the government's gonna seize our assets. Waco 2.0. I can just hear the news reporter. It's like, yes, here we descend on the bloody scene of carnage at this giant yacht flotilla where these people who identified as apes were stealing money from the American public. Ew, I would never call God Pill my leader. Not in a million years. Maritime law applies. So they'll just shoot us with a cruise missile? Why did they name the yacht Waco? More at 11? I think that's like it begins with like a PH. It's like a sound. I mean, this looks good. We're doing uh we're doing stock things here. Like important stock things. So you guys have turned me into in the matter of a week. I was a serious trader before this. I took this very seriously. I have risk profiles written on a whiteboard on my wall. Don't become emotionally attached to an investment. Sexually attracted to the stock. That's what I did. I added the WeBull lines to make it serious. Although I don't know if they're working. And also I think this is like a mega, like the megaphone pattern. I can't remember what those are called. But they're like extra bullish. Trading literature. Technical Analysis in the Financial Markets is a good book. Um, I feel like most of the information you need you can get for free though, and probably with like a lot less um self congratulation than a lot of the books. Like a lot of the books you read are just like, this is how I executed the trade that made me $1 million. And this is how I spent that money. And now I write financial advisement books. Day trading for dummies. Yeah, probably. I don't know how good that one is. I've never read it. But I've heard of people who have. Like, it's like, I think it's fine. It covers a lot of the basics. Good old open view. For free, you say. Tell me more. It's called YouTube. You can just type things that you hear on here into the search bar and learn more. Not a billionaire comeback stories. Honestly, like most people who are selling financial products are like fraud cons. Like it's like Reddit is not a good source for financial advice. Regardless, fully looked abysmal. Check out WC bag. I don't know who Serge Barr is. I think the book Wolf of Wall Street is more about hookers and doing cocaine than it is about the stock market. Just remember, if someone's like, "Oh, if you give me money, I'll make you a good day trader," they're lying. Give me money, and I'll make you a good day trader. But not right now. Right now, we're doing GME things. But later, if I'm still doing this, which is unlikely. Yeah, you got to do your own research. He's right. Predictions for the last 30 minutes. Slight ascending channel, maybe crossing VWAP at the 167 mark. We could close at 167. If we get some like real price action, we could close even higher. But I don't think that's gonna happen. It's almost like 3:30 now. If I bought you a tie, would you wear it during the stream? You'd be legit. Sure. I don't care. Like a clip on though. And it can't be too tight. I don't like tight things around my neck. Just remember that, because like I get suicided. It's like I have verifiable evidence that Gherkinit did not like to have things around his neck. Tie as a headband. Yeah, I'll do that. I gotta cut my hair. My hair is like super long and it's driving me insane. The best strategy for day trading is to get elected to Congress. Well, that's because you get a vote on your like the laws that affect the stocks you own. Well, I mean, like when you get into day trading, you have to like develop your own strategies and then back test them to make sure that they work. So it's actually like a lot of work before you're up and running. Is that why Meet Kevin is running for governor? Is he? I don't even know who Meet Kevin is. Who's Meet Kevin? Am I supposed to know this name? Skull Shaver. I haven't looked back. I don't want to go bald because I'm not buff enough, right? Like I feel like if you're a dude and you've gone completely bald, you either have to be like a biker with like a really long beard, or you have to be really buff, like Jason Statham or The Rock. And I'm neither of those things right now. So then I'd just be like a bald guy. Now don't get me wrong. If I start to lose my actual hair, I'm gonna shave my head and get super buff. Like I'm gonna buy a bunch of steroids and just get jacked. No, but Kevin knows view up won't tell us. It's 200 to call out Jimmy, better print. That's the move if you go bald. Absolutely. Don't juice, I'll coach you for free. I used to do like MMA. I don't need like a trainer. I know how to work out. I'm just lazy now. I'm just lazy. I don't want to. Like I worked out so much back then that I just don't ever want to work out again. Like I see gyms and I'm like, ugh, why would people do that? Still working on the buff part. Huh. Well, yeah. watched Kevin first time live streaming the Capitol riot. I liked him. Have no idea he was a finance dude. I don't know who this is. Who is this Kevin person? Why are we talking about him so much? This is my channel. I don't want him invading. Don't pay for Seth or the Rock. Trying to look at Bezos. So Bezos is proof that you don't have to look good if you're rich. Body of Thor from Endgame. Look at you. Yeah, I know. He was bald. He was like, he looked like he was like 55 years old, and he was like in his late 20s or early 30s. Now he's got a full head of hair, and no one says anything about it. Market to market requirements are updated hourly starting today as opposed to daily at 1 p.m. Excessive buy price or call margin call within the hour now. Big things 5-6. Okay, Tanner. I'm not reading anybody's DD. I don't, dude. I can go. You know that there's a Somali stock market. You can just like go and invest in pirates. You can buy them like weapons so that they can better like attack container ships, and then like whatever they get from like ransoms for hostages or whatever, they like pay you back with the proceeds. This is a real thing. Believe me, there's some crazy stuff out there that you can dump money into if you want to. I don't care about shorting South Africa. Do you invest with Doge? Horse pirates? Someone's been in here a while. Yeah, it's kind of like you just like buy calls on Somali pirates, and then yeah, it pays dividends. Give these people any ideas. Yeah, so by the way, if you do invest in the Somali pirate market, I'm pretty sure that there's some sort of like you're definitely going to get charged with something federally. But I did read like there was like this story like this woman bought like I don't know what country she lived in, but probably some country without extradition. But she bought them like an RPG, and then got like 80 grand back from like the mission, light treason. So much money in the banana stand. Yeah, so this isn't looking good. We're drifting kind of just back down. I mean, it tried, but it got tired. It's got a headache. So ugh. Yeah, doctor, I can't get my stock up. You guys have a pill for that? Trixels, I do this every day. This is day 6. And some of these people have been in here with me from the first minute. But I appreciate all of you. Gives God. Has Elon taken off? See you, Elon. Go do your prep for SNL, man. You got work to do. Smalley Pirates linked to Kenny. I feel like it's been forever. It's been a while, man. I feel like some of you guys I just like I know you now. I know the way you think. Yeah, Zakir's been in here right from the beginning. Bailey's been in here. Can we George Ash Jimmy volume? I know Charity's been in here. Yep. Teddy. Actually had a lot of day one OGs. Got to know Daniel Taylor really well. Well, that's because he comes in here and sells his Thinkorswim TD Ameritrade chill nonsense, and then he leaves. I don't know where he goes for most of the day. And he comes back in right before close. And he's like, just in case you guys didn't sign up for TD Ameritrade yet. Boxes. We can see that shit. Might need to rebrand that. Thanks, Sam. You haven't gotten an AMC rant? I've done one like almost. I did a little one today. I'm. I don't know if I got one in me right now. No one's triggered my AMC hatred recently. Possibly, yeah. Yeah, I don't want to spend my time talking about movie theaters that are going out of business when I could be talking about GameStop and how it's doing nothing. It's doing the opposite of what I want it to do. I'm gonna update Reddit with this so they know what's going on real quick. But you'll get an AMC rant, Bailey. I promise you. Because people are always coming in here being like, does this guy know about AMC? Why is my stock going down? And then I'm just like, well, because it's not worth anything to anybody. So video from JP where he says he doesn't see the value. Oh, in AMC, yeah, there isn't any. The company is not a valuable company. Cruise stock or AMC. Those both sound like bad plays. AM3 AMC cut the thrusters. RSIs, yeah, we're way oversold right now. That's not how technical indicators work. I can't just put lines wherever I want and just be like, oh, look, we're bouncing off resistance. We broke through. Accept it. I can't just do that and be like, oh, look, we bounced. Oh, wait, I can. Huh. No one saw that, right? Okay. Or check your reality. If you hit 1K subs, GZ. I did hit 1K subs. I'm shocked at like the rate this channel's grown. I got messages from people that are in here watching this channel that know nothing about stocks. They're not invested in any stocks. I can't move the rocket because it's drawn with a different app. So it's not like I can't articulate it. It is the rocket is a permanent fixture, or I could delete it. As someone that's looked around at some of the other content for GME, I do realize that I'm the best. I mean, I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. I haven't tried to sell you guys Tiblio. I haven't tried to convince you that AMC is worth investing in. It is slim pickings. I'm not here to check about your vehicle warranty. You know what's funny is like when they do that to people who don't even own vehicles. What's that like? Draws from all walks of life. Thanks, James. Fist bump, thumbs up. Nice. Pickle hat. I am still a pickle. Yeah, I'm not gonna read anybody's DD. Why would I do that? I don't want to shove somebody else's rant down other people's throats. I'll shove my own rants down people's throats. Thank you. I no vehicle, no license. I get auto insurance emails all week. So yeah, it looks like we didn't want to break resistance there. So we're trending back to that support resistance line, that upward support resistance line that I drew hours ago. I don't have any ads to shove down your throat. If somebody wanted to pay me some money, I'd be willing to shove ads. The only ad I've been shoving down people's throat is VWAP. If you want to know what it is, you have to pay me. It's the ultimate mystical secret of the stock market. VWAP, and what does it mean for you and your finances? Find out if you donate at our coffee link down below. Oh, and if you guys haven't, just before we wrap up for the day, because we are 15 minutes out, drop a like, subscribe. It helps the channel out, and it also makes sure that you get notifications on your phone when I do stuff on the internet. Also, dude, send me $50. I'll promote the shit out of your OnlyFans for one day. Because I'm going to turn that $50 into $55. Very WAP easy. Hey guys, I don't need you spilling the secrets of VWAP in chat, alright? VWAP is the secret to the 1%. If you don't know what VWAP is, you don't know what you're doing with your own money. You're welcome, Charlie. Yeah, for the low, low price of $5,000 a month, I will teach you the secrets of VWAP. I will. But keep my VWAP secrets for paid subscribers. Only paid subscribers get to know it, the secrets of VWAP. Sign up for my Patreon for more information on VWAP. So we tested, broke down. I think we're gonna just test again. I'm just moving that so I can see. I'm not trying to fudge the support line here. This support line has been here all day. I knew we were gonna end here. Sounds like Uncle Bruce now. Is that what? Yeah, it doesn't. I heard Uncle Bruce is like selling like personal time with him, like $400 an hour or something. Honestly, if this moons, I'm gonna buy some. I want to buy 12 hours with Uncle Bruce, just me and him hanging out. It's gotta be IRL. We're gonna go out on a cruise. I want to find out how he hid all that money offshore for all those years. See you later, Eddie. Have a good night, man. It's the Holy Grail. I only leave you up. uh, just stare at him. Don't say anything for 12 hours. No, I'm definitely gonna talk to him. Me and him are gonna share a bagel, but we're not gonna cut it in half. Is Bruce? Man, Bruce is capitalizing as much as he can on his like 2,000 adoring fans, and honestly, man, like all the power to him. Maybe he needs the money. Bring a bucket of tendies on the cruise to the Caymans. I know a lot of people got mad when he started doing that Monty Python thing. He was like, "Nee." Dude, honestly, like I hope people are just buying his mugs and his t-shirts and his cruises. Just any money. Like I'm gonna give Bruce whatever the maximum super chat is when after this is over. That dude got me out of AMC, all right? Say what you will about him. But thanks to him, I don't own AMC anymore. Daniel Taylor back for that late hour thinker swim shill. Dude, how much are they paying you? Seriously, like, do they want to pay me? I'll shill thinker swim. 500 max super chat. He prefers PayPal. I mean, I have shares, but I can't sell them because the account won't let me trade them for some reason. I think like the account I have linked to it, I don't have anymore. And so like it just won't let me do anything. So I just sit there and stare at them. I have 30 or 40 shares. But I don't have like a position in AMC. He also like when he did his whole speech about why AMC sucks, I had like 12 call options and I sold them at peak because of his speech. And the stock immediately tanked afterwards. It was amazing. He's trying to subvert the YouTube system. I mean, Google doesn't need any more money, right? That's why I have a Ko-Fi. And like, I'm not going to get rid of it when I get monetized. I'm just going to keep it there. This token is the high end of shill salary. Dude, wait till they make the Chuck E. Cheese token an NFT. And it's worth more than Bitcoin. You got it, Jason. Have a good night. We really are trading like right on this resistance. I'd like us to test again before close. I mean, we have 8 minutes, or at least maybe try to get over. Maybe we'll get over on like the last candle, and then move up in after hours. Super strong. Not have an official Discord. I don't know. Charlie, thank you for the donation, man. Appreciated. Helps us keep doing what we're doing. Drawing rockets and creating Chuck E. Cheese NFTs. Just so corporate, I was off on an undercover mission. Yeah, they're definitely on their last leg. How do you convince people to go to a place that's not only dirty but has terrible pizza? Oh, Bailey, it's really simple. They keep making more of them. But instead of Jungle Jim at Chuck E. Cheese, you would buy puts immediately. This is why I don't go inside Chuck E. Cheese's. I don't even know where there is a Chuck E. Cheese for me to go inside. I don't know why they don't just serve alcohol and become Dave and Buster's. Which is also a place that I find really weird. Who wants to go and get drunk with a bunch of children running around? Nobody's selling, so creating synthetic short shares to sell is bona fide market making. It is. Who is that? Market makers. Market makers, brokers. Brokers buying it, or the market makers are making them to assist in liquidity. Chuck E. Cheese has a ghost kitchen? Why would anybody order their food? How could they have a demand? Told them you were a missionary on a missionary mission for Church of VWAP, an institution built for Thinkorswim. Okay, listen, the Church of VWAP has no affiliation with TD Ameritrade whatsoever. Tomorrow, Bobby, I think we're gonna go to the right. I think we're gonna go to the right above 157. See my nephew to Chuck E. Cheese. I'm the pope of that church, Daniel. You missed the entire church talk. We're setting up a nonprofit banana farm slash church that we're going to use to evade capital gains taxes. Sure, can they advertise and delivery service pretending to be a local pizza place? That's so shady. I love it. It's like, surprise, Chuck E. Cheese. No, there's nothing wrong with Thinkorswim. Daniel Taylor just comes in here and talks about them all the time, and then I don't like TD Ameritrade personally, just because of like issues with their customer service and stuff that I've had in the past. But I've heard they're a perfectly good broker. I just won't use them, and so Daniel Taylor spends all his time in here selling their investment products. What are you doing, Step VWAP? Oh, VWAP, I see your hand stuck in that dryer. 501c3. Look at us. Look at this. This is ridiculous. Somebody buy the stock? We have a buy wall at 161, like 1500. There's no sell walls. Did TDA cut trading in January or no? I know Schwab did, right? The people. You look at other tickers. One I'm looking at just had a merger hit if. I'm gonna read the chart to see if it's good buy or not. Yeah, I'll look at HITIF. Is that High Tide? That's the weed company. I don't know. I'm not like I worked in the marijuana industry, and I'm not super big on the Canadian weed companies. I mean, it's a penny sub penny stock or a penny stock. Um, I don't know why it's not changing to the chart for that. There we go. I mean, who are they merging with? Do you know the ratio of like, and whose shares do you end up with at the end? Because there'll be arbitrage between the price of them and whoever they're merging with. So pay attention to that. But so like as it gets closer and closer to the merger, the prices of those shares will come together. Like one will drop, the other will rise. Whichever one's cheaper will go up. Whichever one's more expensive will go down. There's like that's like a merger standard merger play. But yeah, I'm not super big on the Canadian marijuana companies. We'll think about it, Daniel Taylor. I don't know. You're gonna try to sell TD Ameritrade to a congregation. We might have issues. We're still able to trade on the website. All right. Yeah, I think I mean I know they're like one of the good ones. Ask me about my VWAP. I'll see you later, man. Have a good night. Bought over another CBD company in the States. Ah, they bought. How big is their float? I don't know. I've heard a lot of things. I've read like the DD on High Tide. I know about it. I'm not like super bullish on them. I don't think. I think they got a long way to go to be worth like $1. See you later, Tangy Bits. That's it, guys. 162.13 closed. Why is there no aftermarket price? What the hell? Oh, okay, there it goes. Up in the aftermarket. Yeah, I'll see everybody. Have a good night. See you in the morning. Later. Bye, everyone.